I wish I had a music opening.
It should
I
be
mean,
Purple
I've
Rain.
done that for some APs in the past and played audio snippets. I could find some YouTube audio libraries are very big. I could find some appropriate royalty-free music to insert in the front.
Purple Rain,
No,
Purple
that's
Rain.
not royalty-free, Dallas.
No, I understand. Well,
Somebody
also,
owns that.
I am flattered that you think I could get copyright flagged for singing like Prince, but
Well, regardless, it's still not a free sample. Anyway, hi, welcome to Rain. We were talking about something else, and now currently I'm like fighting through my sniffles as we start. But this episode is brought to you by our patrons, who would probably be the first to hear if I experimented with an audio opening. But our beautiful patrons like Adam DeHart, Blackest G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JD Van 1000, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Garmin, Charvor, some guy named Bob, and Varen the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. Sorry, I killed my mic to blow my nose again. Okay.
I'm about to say, I was about to mention it, and I was all like, wait.
Yes.
No, I have a
Just a
feeling.
second there. Okay.
Hey.
And then
Like I said, I was just vibing before we all started, and clearly that didn't give my my nose enough time to work with. Because it's spring now. So we've been doing the high pollen count warning. Okay, alright. With that out of the way, I don't need that anymore.
Yay.
This is 39. I'm reasonably certain of this because I just posted 38.
yes, I.
It'll be 40 by the time we're back to Teine, so it took like 25?
Also, Omega.
That's me.
Can I use my one can I please name the next episode?
What?
Because it has to
You
be
mean
back
this
in time.
episode, or next episode?
Back in
No,
time.
next episode. It has to be back in time. It just has to.
I mean, we could do that. Probably if there was a reasonable time, we would have got there anyway. But also, don't. I mean, we may use it anyway, even if we get there. But like, don't count out this because like, I know I'm calling my shot, but whether or not you guys actually like whether physically getting back to Tyne is this episode or next episode depends entirely on how much role playing you do, because most of what I have left in Trone is like vignette based.
Okay.
Vignette.
So, you know, we'll see. I am like rudimentarily prepared for if you get back there, by which I mean I will enforce you to have in character and out of character conversations about things.
Forcing people to talk.
things.
Genuinely,
So basically,
I have
if you
nothing.
go back to Time, the back end will immediately turn into
I mean,
me taking notes for next time, and then you guys have to think
genuinely,
about
Nicola
characters.
has nothing left to do on the island we're on.
Did you get your
Don't
surgery?
have surgery?
Right, I have that to do.
Yes, you've scheduled that appointment. We'll probably be doing that this afternoon.
But that was supposed to be like dwelled on that much.
I'm gonna be. I assume I'm gonna be. Oh well, actually, would it be? Would they put me under anesthesis?
No.
Bite the fucking leather, motherfucker.
No,
No,
anesthesia
right,
hasn't
yeah,
been
'cause
invented yet.
I mean, yeah, it has, but not.
I mean, not in
not-
the modern sense. Like
No, yeah, not the good, but there is anesthesia at this time.
the system would probably be they would probably give
I
you
think it's actually heroin at this time. Genuinely.
wine and maybe a well, it's more of a opiates are more of a sedative than an anesthetic. I mean, this is the thing talking about like the difference between like topical and general anesthesia. I mean, technically there is the alchemy construction soporific if you need to knock somebody the fuck out.
Lucky's looking up laudanum right now. It's like, when was this made?
Laudanum
no,
exists
that's
because
what-
we've talked about the opium trade, but that's all
No.
laudanum is. Laudanum is a solution of water plus opium. And then
I
there's
remember what they use at this time. Technically, we talked about a very similar sounding word all last week. It's ether.
Ah, yes, it's the
yeah, straight ether. Okay, so distilled alcohol, I believe.
Yeah. Ether and chloroform.
Well, there
That's
also might be
even
milk of the
nasty.
poppy running around, which is also
Yeah.
opiates, but
Yeah.
you know,
Basically hard drugs.
drugs.
We should get going.
Drugs.
You should get going.
All right, then I'll go do my laundry.
Nope. Get back here.
Well, he has a wireless headset, so he could probably start on his laundry, and by the time something actually happened, he could run back to the computer.
That's fair enough.
But no, Dallas, or I should say Nicola's surgical step is probably like one of our few bigger deals left. We did talk last time that Inos would want to step down and observe the cryptum, the sacred burials.
Yeah.
Technically, the full term is like the Cryptos Holy, but they call it a cryptum. Again, that's just like a minor vignette thing. The Cryptum Knights are a very strict clerical order. They are, they have silver and black heraldry, so they're looking real cool. They take years of like monastic dedication and training to get up to actually becoming knights, because they swear oaths of silence and all that stuff. So they are very strict, very limited numbers, but as I mentioned before, are generally thought of as incorruptible. The actual like architecture for the cryptum and its accessories are probably like old. Like it's one of those things where like you can't really change up your vibes of a crypt. But I'm imagining kind of like interplay of like, sorry, I love the word chiaroscuro, so I want to say it, but actually genuinely probably an interplay of like lots of like bone white marble, possibly some ivory accessories, and then dark black marble, black slate kind of thing. And simplified pillars. Lots of sarcophagi, stone sarcophagi. Probably not doing a lot of wooden coffins for this kind of burial. That guy's nowhere to be found. But I'm imagining like lots of like wrought iron and like silvered and very occasionally gold, like braziers, incense burners, candles. The kind of thing where you like you want to take the vibe of death and darkness out of the place, but it's under a hill, so naturally it's very dark. Usually, you can't, without a permit sounds so like modern and bureaucratic to say, but yeah, you usually can't go in without express permission.
I know there's like something like I wouldn't we say like a permit, but maybe like a writ or
yeah,
something.
And one of the things of like getting a written permission, a writ, a piece of text that says something versus like verbal affirmation. Leslok is the Marquess, so there is like a certain amount of largesse to be granted him at any given time. He is even if he doesn't have like a solid position in the crown government, he is still considered by tradition a peer of the High King. So like again, talking about political things, like anybody who wants to like snub you or piss you off is technically by proxy taking a swing at the High King.
Yeah.
Because if they are going outside of their bounds to box you out, that means you can immediately go rat on them to the High King and be like, "Hey, these guys were rude to me." And if it was truly for no reason, that's not a good look.
Yeah.
So you guys could probably get in and, like I said, observe some of the architecture, get into some vestibules. But if you guys don't have a specific, whatchamacallit, sorry, my first thought was specific corpse, and I'm like, that's a little too morbid. But if you don't have a specific like burial or niche to visit, you're probably not allowed to roam the halls of the catacombs.
No,
but you can, pop in and see things.
Inos would definitely pop in it with, his curiosity and probably ask said Crypt Knights about, their order, their founding, their duties. And, maybe just get a brief history and be like, yes, I see.
Yeah. Things to note in that is, I thought about running up a name, but like I said, I genuinely don't know if this is a character who would ever come back. But
Probably not.
probably if you go visit, there is a novitiate, an initiate in training, who is not taken an oath of silence, who can, help you out and talk to you. The actual Cryptum Knights would learn to speak something resembling penitent sign. So,
I do have penitent sign, and I do have.
That's what I mean. So. You would not actually have any problem communicating, but they would not assume that out of the gate.
Oh, that makes sense.
So you like I said, if you showed up for a social call, an initiate would show up, and you could probably explain that you Inos can do the sign language. I don't know about the rest of your crew.
Konrad's probably not going into the crypts.
That's fair.
He finds no reason to go down there.
That's fair.
No, that's fair. But again, I don't want to overtake on that.
Yeah.
So
probably the most the interesting things to just kind of bring small details together is Inos. You would learn that they are dedicated to Saint Novak, who I mentioned before.
I need to write those. That Saint.
One of the original. Yeah, one of the original penitent saints, but also just in general, oath of silence, all that stuff. They take Novox as their patron saint as well. And the other thing is that they are probably the only human group you've ever seen who are bearing something resembling iron demon hook swords.
Interesting.
Something like a Kopesh or Shotel.
Ooh.
And if you bring that up, it would be that yes, that would it's a by this point ancient tradition, but they did pick it up from studying the Iron Kindred.
Rad.
I'm also not actually I thought about writing in my notes one way or the other, but I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure which is aesthetically more pleasing. Should they have tower shields to fill an entire hallway, or should it be like small shields for more maneuverability? I genuinely don't know.
Oh, I would
suspect
definitely.
that good.
Oh, I would go with small shields, honestly.
Yes, because that's what I think the Iron Demon way of fighting is. If you guys actually use shields, it's probably metal bucklers, like close quarter shit.
Oh yeah, no, because like I said, Iron Demons, our thing is we can do tunnel fighting. We can use the walls as our shield and whatnot, or other Iron Demons. So yeah, then yes, that is probably is their style. Is like I said, they actually use hooked blades and have compact arm shields to fight in close quarters. Not that they actually need to fight people, but they have a very serious reputation, and I guess I would say without even needing Inos to roll anything. Inos and anyone else who decides to actually pay a visit to the Knights, you get the impression that they are very well respected and very prestigious order, and they keep this kind of sense of respect and prestige, which they do mostly just for, as I like to say, love of the game. They are not actually politically powerful because they are mostly spend their time watching over skeletons who are dead and do not move. Non-moving skeletons, very important point. So they do it just because they take their job very seriously, but they continue to take their job very seriously because that affords them the prestige. So they probably have not actually had to fight anybody to protect the crypt in hundreds of years, but they still take their jobs very seriously and keep up these appearances because that's just part of their order's traditions. They would not exist still if they were not this serious about it. And they do occasionally probably have to somebody gets a little too drunk, somebody gets a little too irrational and overcome with grief or something. They probably occasionally have to thump people on the back of the head and escort them out. Mm-hmm. Makes me think. So it's basically an honor guard of
Yeah.
Makes me think of the soldier who guards the tomb of the unknown soldier.
Very prestigious, very serious.
I'm possibly because I've been doing a lot of stuff with it recently, but I just have the picture of like ancient Egypt, like tomb guard, kind of like I don't know if none of you play Magic of the Gathering, so you won't know what the hell I'm talking about. But Amonkhet, like just
I know
these
what that
big,
is.
towering, beefy men guarding 1,000-mile long crypts with giant kopeshes.
That is still kind of the vibe. I would say they're probably not that Egyptian themed because they are probably pretty well armored.
Well,
Like they're probably like wearing like head to toe chainmail type
so
shit.
the nobility were very Egyptian themed in that, but the guards, while they have the Egyptian color scheme, i.e., they are blinged out in hella gold, they are in full plate. So
Yeah, these guys are probably wearing chainmail like cuirasses and wearing the chainmail in such a way so that either a cloth or a mail veil is like over the lower face kind of a thing. Like literally you are just the guys, who are like, if Inos like drops a hi, how are you in penitent sign, the guys who sign back, like I said, are going to be like swathed head to toe. Literally the only thing you can see is their eyes. And even then they may go for, like I said, these guys have a certain reputation to uphold. They may even go for the fucking footballer look, and they've got like, Cole with a K around their eyes. So like they are like very stoic, very intimidating, very statuesque. But they are big chillin', and like I said, you guys can look in.
All right. Well, we have looked in. Next vignette.
I know that Leslok did say he wanted to at least visit the temple that is associated with the Virgo Sisterhood.
Yes.
Just to say hi.
Enos did as well.
Yeah.
For slightly different reasons.
Yeah. The Focus Virgo or Focus Sisterhood, they're an order of nuns. They're dedicated to Fornaxia. They're like, I don't know if this came up in the previous conversation, but their classical appellation was the Daughters of Hydrus. Playing up the whole blood links to God kind of a thing. They are. Let me see. Impressions. You guys would probably get the impression that they are kind of similar to the Cryptum Knights, ironically enough. They are a order that used to be a lot more prestigious and serious, and for the last probably couple of 100 years since they relocated their main operations to Trone, they are not taken as seriously, but still, have a lot of, cachet. They spend a lot of time in cloistered prayer.
Excuse me.
There is a giant brazier with a sacred flame in it. You
Rad.
guys can kneel and offer prayers to. Sort of a thing. They are still like occasionally associated with some forms of fire divination and any kind of like miracles linked to flame.
Oh, fire.
And for pop culture reasons, people like to think of Mancy as like doing a magic, but technically that is a suffix that indicates divination. So like pyromancy would be divination through flame. So they do like literal pyromancy.
Rad.
You burn stuff in the flames and see what comes out, kind of a thing.
You put
And
the herbs in the
is...
fire, and the smoke gives you the visions, man.
Yeah. And there are, legends about like the sacred flame entrusted to them. They have to, they're supposed to keep it burning or great misfortune will fall, kind of a thing.
Gasp.
Nowadays, like, again, they have let me actually double check. I think I wrote that down. They have a mother or sister superior. Yeah, mother superior is like influential in church politics, but in greater crownish politics, not as impactful.
they do have some nunneries and chapels scattered across Milieu and Norlon. So, there would be some probably some consideration to patronage, again, donation of money by people who have money is important. This is the thing we discussed both on mic and off mic through last week, but again, the church is not supposed to be structured as a money-making entity.
Yeah, but it still needs money.
Yeah. So, monasteries, nunneries, that kind of thing, they are allowed provisions to basically supply themselves and can, we've talked about before with, trade guilds. They get to dodge trade guild restrictions by selling excess because, under their oaths, they are not assumed to be a business to make money. And, excess will eventually, allegedly, be donated to charity. We can talk about, realism and the human condition some other time. But, donations from respected and moneyed patrons are helpful and important. So, there may be some talk about that. I know for a fact that, you guys have had previous encounters with, religious orders and slammed your coins on the table.
I wouldn't mind making a modest donation. Would the Crypt Knights be taking donations, or are they fine on their own?
I feel like they're the kind of guys who would be like, no, we do not need donations.
All right, rad.
We're in it. We're in it to win it.
No.
If you want to leave, coins as offerings to the dead, though, they'll take that.
Yeah, I'll do that. I will not donate coin for the orders. I would donate coin for the donate coin. God, donate coin for the dead.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what happened there. But I will also donate. It'll only be a modest amount. It ain't gonna be like the fucking. How many crowns did I slam for the? I don't even remember. It was like Wealth 4 though.
Yeah. You slapped a lot of coins for the Order of Silent Graves back in Milieu.
No, but here I will slap a more moderate sum.
But the
As a thank you for their time.
But the chapel associated with the Focus Sisterhood is, their primary thing they concern their order with right now is, they still have some associations with noble ladies specifically, but it is generally just a vibe where they are focused on protections for young women, period.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a thing. And protection, divination, and patronage of young women in general.
Cool.
But if you want to, like I said, drop in, offer some coins, and
ask
pray
about their
before the fire, I
history,
think you guys can
learn about their founder, stuff like that.
Yeah. And no, well, they probably the Mother Superior doesn't know for sure whether or not they would claim to have been directly founded by the High Queen Elton, and they are definitely no historical fact. She was one of our leading members in the pre-Covenant times. When things were loosier and or goosier.
Back.
Yes. All right, but nope.
And now that probably means, because I mentioned before, but I'll reiterate, that's on that chapel is actually on Certainty Hill, which is the same hill as the estates of House Verity.
Oh.
So that's you guys get to leave Astrican Hill there, assuming you have no further things. And if anybody wants to do any other kind of general city stuff, we talked last time that you guys have acquiesced to advice that you may want to avoid peak hours for pilgrimage and probably aim for a sunset trip up the mountain.
That's my goal.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
there's the question then of if Nicola wants to get his arm stuff done before he hikes up a mountain.
I was thinking I was going to do it because we're here. We leave tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Hopefully.
Probably. I'm making a wiggly hand gesture you guys can't see.
So
Something like
I
that.
was going to get it done today, and then I will endure the crowds tomorrow morning at sunrise.
Well, we probably
Yeah,
would.
you guys
Like,
are
we
okay with
probably
that.
would probably put upon House Verity for a light lunch before we leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm figuring
Yeah,
we're
if-
at least
if your-
not
if you guys'
leaving
schedule's already-
before
everything looks good.
sunrise, so I feel like I will miss the group going at sundown and just go my own at sunrise.
I mean, okay.
If the team is... Excuse me, sorry. If the team's okay with that, yeah, that can be arranged.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
In that case,
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm going to roll... And I'm going to give these guys some dice. But we're going to roll some d10s. 7s, you're fine!
Oh, what happened?
Your surgery is not botched. Good job.
Yay!
Yay!
There's also 3s in there, just in case.
No, it's yeah, there's 7s. We're good. So yes, Nicola, you can take your leave of the group in the afternoon, and be put in. You've sent some letters ahead and discussed some stuff, so yes, you will probably be like probably conscious for the work, but medicated. Give you a shot of, like I said, some laudanum or some just strong spirits. And then once they're done and you're in recovery, that's when they, knock your ass out completely and are like, all right, rest.
Yeah.
Do not get up from this bed.
Yes, I know.
If you attempt to leave the bed, we will beat you until you stop trying to leave the bed.
No, you won't. But I will not leave the bed.
I say they go to the Nightingale School of Hospice Care.
Listen, there's a long-standing tradition of big, burly orderlies for a reason.
Oh no, there is someone who will stop me from leaving, but they're not going to like.
Yeah, they're not actually going to
not
thump you
duping
over the
me.
head. What they'll probably do is just sit on you. He can't
they
stand up
they-
if we throw our whole body weight on his legs.
They're
It's
not
not
going to
allowed.
have to do a lot. I'm body 2, and
No, yeah.
I have 1 arm.
Yes.
Well, in the meantime, I did want to ask, would I be able to find a gym of unusual size here in the city of Tridecim? Which is, Wealth 5.
Go ahead and roll haggle, I guess, to hunt.
I'm not
Just
going to
got
lie,
a
Lucky.
student of-
It was definitely a voice thing, but I heard gym of unusual size, and I'm like, what?
I heard Jim a little too, but then he started to say, and they're like, oh no, Jim.
Okay.
Got it.
Am I...
Jim doesn't make any sense.
Let me maybe get up on my mic a little bit more.
No,
heard
it was
fine.
it was just
Just
it
down.
was like a voice accent thing.
A gym?
But yeah,
Where-
go ahead and roll.
Yeah,
me
no,
your-
I just said it
Haggle
again, like
pool.
gym. Gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
I think it's because we were talking about Jack dudes like 2 seconds ago.
Let me pull up Enos's haggle pool. It is not the hugest. Let's see.
This is a major city with an artistic bent, so there's not going to be any difficulty, but let's see.
Oh.
Nice, okay.
So now here's the question. Like, because I'm not actually entirely sure how this thing's. Usually you do a haggle so you don't actually have to maybe
Take a hit.
take a hit to wealth, because I have wealth 5, this gem's wealth 5. If I want to get it without a haggling, I have to, roll haggle. So do I need to roll haggle again?
No, I will not make you. If you, having found it, you can negotiate the price without me making you roll again.
Sick. Alright, then I will acquire a diamond of wealth 5. This will be important. Actually, and I'll also make some purchase of some smaller diamonds.
Yeah, there's no De Beers Corporation, so finding small petty gemstones is probably not hard if you can find somebody dealing you in the good stuff.
Do we have a gold? Wait, do we have a goldsmiths guild here, or a post?
Yeah, there's probably a guild hall for the goldsmiths.
Yeah, no, I'll go there to make my purchase.
They do a lot of whatchamacallit? They do a lot of work on like religious accessories and stuff. Like I said, the original symbol is like a gold cup, you know. So
yes, I will get make my purchase of a large diamond.
A significant diamond.
Yes.
Yes, Aren's on mobile typing, so we'll see what's up there.
Oh, no.
I think. Oh, no, he's coming back. Come back fully.
Yep, I'm back now.
But I want to get a few small diamonds so I can turn one into maybe a few rings.
What about a
Yeah,
crazy
getting some petty gemstones should not be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with me today.
Banana shoes, that's what.
What's up with anybody?
I'm on that good kush today or something.
Well, you know, not kind of right now. Like I said, if they're gonna fucking knock you out completely afterward for recovery.
Well, I mean, Nicola is completely blitzed out of his mind, but I'm
Nico's
Dallas
chasing
is
the
like
dragon right now.
on the silly is in silly mode today, and I do not know why.
Did you already, as Nicola, roll to make your lifeless limb, or were you gonna do that later?
No, because I have to make it first, so I'm not doing that until we're in. Remember, I wanted to work with the
No, okay.
the family.
That's why I was like,
The
did you,
Ravens.
I don't think you did.
No, I have not rolled for that because I have to make it before I cast lifeless limb on it.
Yes, you gotta have a limb to lifeless a limb.
Because it's gonna be hella bling.
All right. Well, like I said, Inos goes out to make some purchases. Anybody else have anything they want to see to and about town?
I would probably have Olympia just pick me up some alchemical reagents and stuff while we're here.
I think it can be done on your budget.
Yeah.
And if not,
I do have a lot of wealth. Spoiler: the partnership thing is in part to justify that Nicola is now wealth 5.
Oh, okay. You've been working on that. All right.
Yeah.
He's a businessman.
Well, I was 4. Now I'm 5.
Yeah. What about I don't think Logesh has hardly spoken the entire time we've been here.
Well, funnily enough, I was actually about to say, well, mainly what Logesh was going to say was, does the Marquis want to do anything? Marquess, my bad.
Marquess, the Mar.
We can't
They're
keep it
literally
consistent,
the
so
same
you can say
word.
whatever.
I know.
I can't think of anything at the moment. So like I was trying to think of anything at the moment unless someone has something.
I did want to ask, like, what's the trail up the mountain like? Is it hard? We gonna need walking sticks? How long does it usually take?
Let's see.
Why would you require a walking
this
stick
stick.
when you can just find one on the trail?
It's probably don't have a lot of trees. Well, maybe, but probably not a good idea to just be cutting trees on the trail.
The path is marked, and there are some structures, and there will be like, spots where things are flat, and they'll put stone benches in a few spots. You
Okay.
can have porters aid you along the trip. It's usually about an hour or so,
Okay.
depending on the weather and your physical stamina. I will have you roll body plus endurance.
That's what I was mostly wondering. Is like, is there going to
Yes,
be
'cause
like some sort
it's-
of role involved in this?
Yes, because it is not an assisted hike like the I've talked before that like they've got very simple like elevators and like angular railways with counterweights. None of that is on the actual trail up the mountain.
Okay.
It's recommended that you bring a fresh water skin. Stay hydrated.
Comfortable shoes.
Yes, because like the path starts simple, and like I said, with pavers for steps and kind of a thing, but will get more rough as you go higher up the mountain, as in more unfinished. So
Yeah.
you don't have to take a stick if you want to take a hiking stick. That's fine.
I have a Master Design climb. I'm just gonna go straight up the mountain.
Already has
The
a
usual way
stick.
to do it, but you could try that.
I'm not. But, yeah, an hour walk. No, Inos will acquire, a water skin, a good stick.
Like I said, you can collectively the team has enough money that you can hire, a small group of porters.
Do we need a small group of porters? I know, I'm not trying to like...
I don't know if you require, but like they'd be there to like help you if there were any areas where you did have to do any like
I think it's
rough
more
walking or climbing.
Oh, okay. They're going to
carry
give us a
extra
hand, not to
baggage
actually
for you.
carry
Yeah.
our stuff. They're like,
no, they will
okay.
not. You don't. They're called porters, but they don't actually. You guys will not probably be traveling with enough stuff for them to carry. But
Yeah,
they
that's
are
why
there to assist you. They can carry extra supplies, and if nothing else, they also serve as like mountain guides to be like,
Okay.
yes, you have a good stick, sir. No, sir, you have a bad stick. Please buy this stick from me.
that's
Okay,
a
that
snake. Don't
makes more
touch
sense.
it.
They're more guides, not dudes to carry my stuff. And
Yeah.
That was my confusion.
Though, like I said, if anybody required a person to carry their things or to physically carry them, the porters here are capable of doing that for a fee. But
Swarthy
you guys
men.
would probably just get a small crew of like, maybe half a dozen or fewer to, like I said, serve as guides, maybe carry some extra water skins.
Well,
You guys have a couple of young ladies with you. You might want to make sure any, just the social trends to, make sure that they've got some assistance if they need it.
that is true. Like
Makes sense.
I said, you know me. I like to get into the logistics of things. How many people are we? Is going because Nicola has to. Nicola's on bed rest
6 then.
because it'll be.
Well, how many of your
Well, you have
servants
two
are coming?
NPCs. I mean, you probably wouldn't leave Moira behind. Conti does not need to go up. He's been up the mountain before.
Yeah, so that's
He's
7 of us.
from this island. Yeah, probably about 7.
Yeah, then we should probably get like 3 or 4 porters, maybe.
Yeah, probably a foursome is good.
Yeah.
That's probably like you have a quote unquote lead porter who is like actually your guide. He goes up in front of you.
Funny enough, his name is just Porter.
He looks like a pig.
Which very portly. Yeah.
And then the rest of the 3 are probably like interspersed to your sides and back. Like I said, the trail will start paved, proper stairs, sculpted, and there will be like benches and spots to rest along the way. But there are going to be portions where you're going to be like freewheeling it basically because there are, like I said, there is a pontifical decree that once you get past a certain height, you do not quote unquote build.
Righto. All right, but yeah, no. Inos will prepare for the journey. He'll make inquiries on guides, hire them, and make sure everyone is equipped accordingly. Water skins, sticks, snacks,
Boots.
yes, good boots,
Or-
and check on the weather if we can. How someone got some good ability to read how the weather's going to be like for the next few hours?
Yeah. Do that. Best I can do.
You got a big balcony to look out. Well, actually, getting ready to do that. Would Logesh have anything he wanted to do since the Marquess has not got any particular plans?
I think he's just going to enjoy this just lovely hike up a mountain. I think that's just about it, really.
Yeah, so you'll put your good boots on and prepare.
Yeah.
Is that a whiff? That's a whiff.
That's a win.
No, why not too lucky? Because that's something I can do. It's applicable for lucky.
It is a failure. You can't re-roll it if you'd like.
I was thinking, like, I'm not doing anything crazy after this session, I think. So,
But-
well,
well-
we'll see.
I would still save it. It's just checking the weather, my dude.
I cannot tell you the results of the roll until you decide whether or not you want to read.
Yeah, I hope something else crazier happens. Just let it pass then.
All right. To
I'm
your
fine.
keen eyes, the weather is pretty normal and crisp for spring. You guys are going closer to dusk, so it's going to be getting a little cooler. You guys may want to get an extra layer. You are in the mountains. Mount Trone is not. It's a flattened peak, so like the mountain top is not going to be as high up as like the highest points of the dragon spikes.
Excuse me.
And I think even because the island is bigger, and also because they're less hospitable, the Medius Mountains are possibly even taller. But the peak is not going to be as high up, so you're not going to need to go crazy. But you are planning, like I said, on going around dusk. So get a couple extra layers. You don't think there's going to be any rain or anything, but could be a little chilly.
Lights will be important as well. Lanterns.
Yeah.
Don't want to step in some weird shadow and, twist your ankle.
Also, sadly, never, because there's like a couple of other different ways to change the weather.
I know, this is me joking.
Advantage to the shadow.
I don't think
honestly,
so.
that would be actually a really interesting, because I think honestly the way that you would the like Soulcraft and the Iron Demons would interpret it is there's only one sky, right? So that means there's just one big sky soul. So that's probably rough to work with.
Soul of the sky. I can see it. There's soul of the earth. Not entirely sure what you can do with it, but probably
It's
something
just big and it's up there.
Yeah.
But
Soul
yes,
of the
probably
stars.
bringing a couple of simple oil lanterns will not go remiss.
Yeah.
Again, that's what porters are for. They'll
Holy shit.
hook them to their packs.
Oh, I need to.
All right, I'm proxying that.
All right.
By the way, I have bought another point in Runic.
Oh shit, is that on mic?
That is on Mike.
A little bit.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I looked up the price of a card I'm trying to get. It's $123.
Suffer.
I ain't buying that.
Anyway,
Must be a very good card.
Not really. It's just from fucking forever ago.
Yeah, I chuckled after that.
Old shit.
but
Aggressive reprint policy.
But yes, we move forward. Is there anything anyone wishes to do before we set out on our mystical pilgrimage to the mountaintop?
I would ask
Why
if
you-
Campus wants. I was just ask if Campus is coming. I probably asked that earlier before today. but-
Okay, we'll invite your boyfriend.
Kevin does not need to go because he's lived here his entire life. He's been up the mountain
Yeah.
before.
Probably been up the mountain a couple times.
Olympia would probably inform you guys that the surgery went well.
That's
Oh,
good.
That's good.
That does mean that
Yeah.
Nicola's napping right now.
Oh yeah, no, Nicola is passed the fuck out. No, he's in that like deep sleep. He's not even snoring.
I'm on again. Yes, if you've been sedated, yes, you are out.
So out, you got to
fucking
make sure
good.
that his head's tilted so he doesn't start so he can drool. Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody, go ahead and roll me your body plus endurance.
This is gonna be great.
Oh, I'm expecting 2 failures at least.
That's one.
Body plus endurance. Okie dokie.
Take up on a shock damage to your chest.
Nope. Actually, I want to reroll this one.
You also okay? You want to reroll? You want to be lucky? Go for it.
I want to see if I'm gonna give it a shot.
No way. One.
I
Conrad
rolled
Wow.
straight.
Yeah,
Yes.
you got 1 through 6, and then 8,
4,
9.
5, 6, 8, 9.
Just missing a 7. It's just missing a 7 and a 10.
I feel like just for that
Great
straight, you
Malacro
should
hand.
get just a
Okay.
just a success.
Well, no, that's
well,
literally the
Conrad takes a
opposite
shock.
of success.
The chest.
Got my lucky
Logesh
there.
is fine. Leslok rerolls into being fine. Amazing roll with the reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I take the 2 8s or the 3 4s? I don't think it matters.
It really doesn't.
Probably take the 8s.
One
Yeah.
shock to torso.
Take the shock. I'm going to use cleansing respiration.
I mean, at the top of the mountain, probably be a great time to do it.
Just immediately eat the fucking shock damage. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Get a nap.
Ah, it was so
Really
refreshing.
takes the shock damage.
I did
Sylvester's
10,000
cardio.
units, I'm free.
Jesus.
There's all the matches.
There's all your
Holy shit.
successes. You're just like, fuck you.
See, holy shit.
What?
Alestra does not take the shock damage.
Yes! My
It's almost
blood!
miraculous, I
She
tell
is
you.
truly
Blood of my
related to
blood!
Nicola. They are truly brother and sister.
Clearly, it's we work off not chess, golf rules. The lower, the better.
We are truly siblings.
Maury's got 2s and 3s. She's fine.
I hope that wasn't too loud.
Well, it
Wait a
didn't make
sec.
me jump out of my chair.
Not too loud. Actually, yeah. No, we've made. I'm looking at the sound wave. We've made worse sounds into these microphones.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't even realize it was close to my mic after I opened it again.
So, you guys, like I said, go up. The path to the summit is marked in stones, in white and oxblood colors. Ooh. Yes, this is an actual color of stone. You know, it's polished hematite.
Ah.
Ooh,
So yeah,
shiny.
you know, kind of bloodish red. You know, you guys would start out, like I said, taking like a very clearly marcated staircase up, and then it you know, possibly among rows of other buildings, and then it slowly starts to like drop away to like, you know, intermittent, you know, stone cut stairs to like natural rock cut steps to just you're just freeballing it mountain hiking, which is again where the endurance comes in. The air is going to be crisp and cool, you know, even for now in high spring. You guys have the wash of sunset colors above you.
Rad.
And keeping in mind, I didn't explicitly say it, but you probably start the path on the like western half of the mountain because you guys, you know, came around the far side to get to Tredesim. So the sun is probably behind you the whole way.
Ooh.
So you're backlit.
Rad. That means that the mountain is awash in a glow.
Yeah. And there are, again, trees dotting the side of this. You know, you start with some very old oak and cypress trees, picking up to like junipers, a few mastic trees. That's a resin-bearing tree.
I was about to say mastic.
Yeah. You do see, you know, along the way, you'll see like small herds of wild mountain goats, but they only go up so far. And one, they are goats, so they aren't bothered by anything, but also they don't go near pilgrims usually.
Mhm.
As you guys, you know, get higher up, like I said, there are stone benches. The sides of the stairs and the path are dotted with small statues, shrines, and altars, very similar to when you took the pilgrim's path up to Teine, to the foot of the mountain. And again, some of these are old. Like, you guys will pass by, like, a flat standing stone, a lith, basically, as you would call it. And, like, some of these are, like, you know, very modern, you know, well-cut, new kind of a thing. And then some of these are, like, dialects of Crownish that are so old that you guys can barely read them.
Huh.
You know,
That language is and all.
some stones are like covered with moss and tree roots that you don't even know what's printed on them anymore. There are, you know, altars and statues though, so sprigs of flowers, you know, pourings of water, coins, rosaries, all kinds of little things are left in these little bowls. You guys probably pass, you know, a scant handful of pilgrims who are going up at night, but are mostly alone. And, you know, you do have to stop and take sips of fresh water.
Mm-hmm.
And on, you know, given that a few of you did fail, there probably are a couple of, like, short 5-minute breaks, you know, sit on some stone benches, stuff like that, lean against some trees.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever there's a flat space. But you do eventually come up, you know, and reach the plateau.
the peak of Mount Trone does not necessarily look artificial. It doesn't look like, oh, some great force, smote it down. It's pretty natural. There's like a slight rough lip, and then it forms a relatively flat plateau. It is mostly bare rock, though there are a few patches of some, scrub brushes or mosses clinging to it. You are on the actual plateau itself, just barely above the tree line.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's basically right at the alpine limit. The obvious feature you can see, because you are being, fucking backlit, is at the top in the center. And honestly, the plateau is probably not super, super big. You can easily see from end to end of it. You could probably, like,
What's that noise?
walk the whole lip in, maybe, like, 15, 20 minutes kind of a thing. Walk the circumference.
Okay.
So, like, not super huge, but still got a decent amount of space. And the primary feature is there is a loose semicircle of 13 standing stones, which look, pretty chair-like, even from a distance. They have a raised back and a, flat front. In the exact center of the plateau, there is a very small spring of very clear, very pure water. And despite the fact that you are above the tree line, there is a single, very old, kind of scraggly white birch tree over it, casting shade over the pool.
Huh.
And the tree appears to be, like, growing and rooted right out of the rock.
Wow. Hardy motherfucker.
Yeah. The actual stone of plateau is mostly dark slate, but it is flecked with small veins of flints and bloodstones. So there is, some iron content in the mountain rock. And like I said, the peak is above the tree line. There is no other trees for at least several dozen yards. Offerings are often hung from the tree. You can see small candles, little bits of incense, and like perfumes, slips of parchment, You guys are, kind of backlit by the setting sun, but there's a gentle breeze, so it's not too warm, not too cold. You would have been told ahead of time.
Okay.
But I didn't want to break the flow. But the procedure is usually, you approach the pool first. You can wash your hands and face in the spring water. Some choose to drink from it or anoint themselves. Others just look in the pool. You approach the tree next, and traditionally you place one or both hands on the tree, but you may also choose to hang small offerings from its branches or just, sit in the shade. And then last you approach the stones. Usually there's praying. Some bow, some kneel, some go as far to touch their head to the ground. Because they have been here so long, actually touching the thrones is prohibited. It's worried prolonged contact would wear them away. But yes, that is your general vibe. So you guys can decide how you would, approach this.
Well, Inos will start. He will, wash his hands, wash his face. He will take a drink from the pond. And he will, then approach the tree, lay both hands upon it, rest his forehead against the trunk. Actually, hang on one second.
Go ahead and heal your shock damage.
Oh.
You drank from the pool.
Very well, then.
It is exceptionally crisp, clear, and refreshing.
Nice.
But you don't, Enos, don't feel exceptionally cold. You've, washed your hand and probably even bathed in mountain springs before. But like you don't feel that normal need you do in alpine settings to like immediately get the moisture off you, because otherwise it's going to suck your heat away. Like it's cool and refreshing, but not like bitingly cold.
Weird.
Hang on. Yeah, no, there's not. Sorry, I was checking my source read just to see if I can get a vibe check from the soul of a place.
Do you have Eerie?
I do.
You don't need to actually I should say this. You don't need to roll anything. This is a place that is clearly, regardless of your attunement situation or your Eerie levels, this is clearly a sacred space, right?
Right.
Like, you guys are backlit, but there's something I do kind of want to say almost liminal about it. You have, an exact semicircle of 13, so they're evenly spaced, being a half circle. Stones. There is this perfectly clear spring water. There is a single, white tree
Condor.
in spring. You are standing on a flat plateau that is still the highest mountain on the island, so you guys see nothing but horizon, basically.
Ooh. No, that's liminal
Like,
as fuck. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, this is like, a space that has an energy to it, no matter, again, what your level of eeriness or attunement is.
Okay.
This place is blessed.
It is blessed.
You go to lay your hands and head on the tree, and the tree is holding strong.
Cool. And from there, so question on the standing stones: is there like any indications on like, because it's like the 13 thrones for 13 gods and whatnot? Is there any indications of which like stones belong to who, or is it just kind of this?
They are all roughly identical.
Okay. And then Inos will find a good spot in front of them, and he won't like kneel and scrape, but he will like get on his knees and enter a moment of quiet contemplation and prayer.
All right, who wants to go next?
Konrad will approach the spring.
Okay.
He'll wash his hands, kind of wash his face, and then instead of drinking, he'll kind of dampen his hair and kind of get it tied back. He'll then go over and approach the tree and touch his hands and then his forehead to it as well. And then he'll go over and join Inos in prayer to the thrones. Specifically, probably for the first time, he's actually giving a prayer to all of them. Like, there's the prayer to the gods, and then there's at least acknowledgement that the others existed.
You have a similar experience to Inos, but Konrad, when you wash your hands in the spring and take to splash your face and slick your hair back, there's a couple of very tiny like snowflakes or ice crystals in there that almost the moment you acknowledge, oh, that water's a little frosty, they are gone. They catch the sunlight and melt away.
Connor probably stares at the water a little bit after that, but then continues with what he did before.
Yes.
What stated before.
The spring water is perfectly clear. You can barely see your reflection in it. Yes, take your position and kneel down and pray. Who
Probably go
next?
I'll
Max
probably
made a
go
noise.
All right, next I just don't know what to add besides. I guess approach the spring. Take a drink, and then I guess run his wet hand across his forehead.
The anointing.
Yourself.
Yeah.
And then I guess go to the tree. Put his hand on it. And then just like run his hand along it for a bit. Before just looking at the thrones.
When you go to kind of scoop the water to anoint yourself, a single leaf of the tree drifts down and sits in your cupped hand. Very bright green spring leaf.
I think that's a moment he's going to remember for a while. Just oddly serene.
And as said, kind of like the others, you kind of touch the tree, get a feel for it. Very, it's a white birch, so very very stark coloring, and it is a tough old tree.
You're a tough son of a birch.
I think is that axe done?
Yeah.
I'm good, man.
I think differentiating a little bit from the others, Logesh will not touch the water, but will go to the thrones and offer a silent prayer for protection for his family. That's about it. He's not the most religious one here, but he will offer thanks, prayers, and hopes that the people close to him stay safe.
Any interaction with the tree at all?
Fun enough, no. Not touching the water, not touching the tree.
All right. I feel like for Logesh's personal experience, when you go to stand before the pool and just kind of stare in it, compared to the others, you feel like the pool is much more reflective as you are backlit. You can't really like see your own face in it because you are backlit, but you can, see your reflection very strongly as you kind of, just contemplate for a couple of breaths, maybe look up at the tree and the spring breeze gently wafts through and, like I said, makes a tinkling of, some bells or coins that are kind of hung up in the branches. And then, you go stand next to Leslok and pray.
Yeah. A very serene moment. Again, Logesh not the religious type, but he will enjoy this moment. It is very calm and peaceful here. Refreshing. And that's me done.
Yeah. I don't know how close attention you pay to the remaining couple of characters you got, but they'll do the routine as well. Moira's version is probably very similar to what Logesh does. She does actually probably does wash her hands in the spring at least, but that's it. She does not anoint or drink. She might, I'm thinking, would she go so far as? There's a little bit of FGO sound there.
Sorry.
It's fine. No, I think I've discussed before of Moira's sword focus level. She probably runs her draws her short swords and runs her wet thumb over the flat, not the edge, because it's not good. You don't do that to the edge of a blade. But will one hand on the tree very briefly and then just kind of stand stoically. I imagine that especially because a couple of you went for the whole 9 yards. Which is the whole point of describing that pilgrims do different things is character building.
Yeah.
But a couple of you did go a little ham, so I imagine that Aurelia and Alestra go for similar, the whole, shebang, kneel, wash, drink, touch the tree, etc. Actually, good question. You just talked about it. Leslok, what do you do with the leaf?
I'm gonna keep it.
All right.
He's pocketing it.
I might.
I
know,
it's
but
a
I
leaf
feel-
of the sacred tree. It's
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's
probably
leaf
something-
of the sacred tree. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, I feel
I'm not gonna lie.
like putting it. I feel like putting it in a frame and leaving it, getting on my desk when we get back.
Turn into a bookmark.
You probably, after this moment, realize that Aurelia also came away with a leaf. The leaf she has is oddly autumn-colored.
Oh.
Huh. I almost want to like think into this symbolically, but I'm not sure what I'd go for that.
A witch.
Don't worry. Well,
Honestly, probably like that would be student of religion to like interpret possible religious signs.
Can I do lore about a difficulty?
Yeah, in general you can. You can try a lore. I'm gonna say diff 5 because this is you're already interpolating something that's very vague. So
That's fair.
like this is the 100% the entirety of House Verity's thing.
oh no,
He's,
I
like, trying to catch
100%
the
have
small
thoughts,
stuff.
and none of them are good.
Lucky makes a point.
Well, like
I'm
I
gonna
said,
try-
maybe not now, but
I'll ask you on the way down.
yeah.
But yeah, you can still
No, you're fine.
8s. Okay. At a later date, you may want to discuss, kind of things with the group. If you're interpreting, again, just using lore, the fact that you are, in fact, incredibly well-read on a variety of subjects and you don't forget shit usually. Honestly, there are multifold meanings to both things, and it could genuinely be nothing. But I do want to say, with the high difficulty lore roll, substituting for a student of, that tree's not natural. That is a sacred tree. That is a blessed tree. That tree should not be here.
Mystical.
You are above the tree line, and it is, like I said, growing out of the rock. While like European style, like white birch is a little different than the American white birch. A birch is also not necessarily an incredibly long-lived tree.
No.
True.
Nah, they're famous
Even
for
the
peeling.
European types. So the porters didn't say it, but I feel like you can infer again with a lore roll. That tree's supposed to have been here for like 1,000 years.
I appreciate
It's
this
over the
place
summit
exists.
of a mountain,
Prove
which
that, like,
should not be possible.
Yeah,
well-
no, that should not be normal. But if you, with your photographic memory, if you think back to like you probably skimmed the Septascript at some point, if not studied it thoroughly, you're pretty sure that according to scriptures, Hydrus and High King Wynn sat under that tree and like talked about the universe and everything. Like, so the tree is significant. It is part of your guys' like core mythology.
Sorry, you say that, my mind immediately goes to fucking, what was it, Liu Bei and his two brothers swearing an oath under the cherry trees.
I mean, it's kind of like that because remember, High King Wynn
Yeah.
swore it became blood
No.
brothers with God under that tree.
Spoiler: tree symbology is very, very is very common.
Yeah, sacred trees are basically universal. There's something about humans when they see a cool tree and they go,
Fuck yeah,
Wow.
tree.
that
Well,
tree's rad."
I mean, if you look at it technically, trees give life to everything else on the planet.
They are very important. So, you've
is why you
received
should respect
a
these.
vibrant spring, a crisp green leaf. There's a lot of ways you could read into that. You, Leslok, are a new beginning.
Of hopes for me.
Yes, there's a lot of hopes. You're a new beginning for your house. It is literally springtime. You are in the spring of your life, etc. It is also kind of, like I said, a vibrant, crisp green. You yourself come from a varied heritage. Your mother from the Cauldron people is from, also a very, green forested primeval land. Things we've discussed this before, but things are a little spooky and or ookier in the Cauldron.
Spooky.
It's a little weird there.
Oh, yeah.
The vibes are
Yeah.
different. So there are many meanings you could take from that.
It's why I had worries for Aurelia.
Aurelia, for a autumnal leaf, and birch, can, and in this case it is that kind of reddish yellow, color. That's the color of flames.
Mm.
You guys have a lot of symbolism there. It's the color of the setting, but also the dawning sun, kind of reddish yellow. So that could, it feels like a message that is inherently open-ended. Autumn is also a season of multiple meanings. It is a season of plenty. It is, traditionally you harvest in fall, but also the autumn precedes the winter,
time of dying.
which, especially for those of you from, all of you are from Norlon, winter's a very, very trying, very testing time. Honestly, a very spiritual time, in the sense that, like, winter's when everybody starts praying.
It's the time of
So,
dying.
There's a lot of meaning there, especially because late autumn is when trees die. They start to shed their leaves and go dormant. So there's a lot of possible interpretations. Unlike the three scions of House Logi there, Alestra doesn't seem to come away with like any little tchotchkes or anything, but definitely, has her own moment, like I said, of drinking, anointing, touching the tree, and kind of going on. And so you guys have your quiet moments, and then I feel like you guys hang in this spiritual moment, all kind of clustered together. Some of you kneeling or bowing, some of you just kind of standing firm, hands clenched. And then there's that magical golden hour moment as just the sun starts to slip below the horizon, the distant shores of the island. The shadows get longer and longer on the tops of the thrones and the tree until nightfall. Twilight starts to set in.
At that point, Inos will, get to his feet, stretch out his legs a little bit. Turn to the rest and be all like, right, I think that's enough divinity for one day.
I had a pleasant climb up here.
Oh, hopefully it's a pleasant climb down. Shall we go?
Right. Oh.
And the ninjas is
Yes.
God damn you.
No, it is peaceful at the peak.
Leslok was very much thinking about other stuff and get this serious.
Also, you definitely understand how Calabash the Horse Lord's spear thing is supposed to be miraculous. You guys are pretty sure if you pitched a spear over the side of this thing, you wouldn't get that back. Normally that'd be lost in the mountain somewhere.
Nope. It'd be gone.
What I also like to imagine is that partway through, as I joked about before, Logesh just has picked up a large stick off the floor, is using it as a walking stick.
I mean, there are some like I said, some big burly ancient oaks on the way.
Yeah. The old ancient pastime of finding a really cool stick.
As you do. One thing about the hanging the offerings. What kind of offerings are hung on the tree?
Yes, I described, but I will reiterate.
Please.
There's a handful. Some people have placed like candles or sticks of incense among the branches. Slips of parchment are kind of hung there. Some people offer, small, like probably in like the solid form, like perfumes or other incenses, just kind of in rock form. A couple of cases, there are spots where people have, put up little sacred bells.
I didn't think about this, but
little links of chain, that sort of thing.
Do we have
honestly kind of like, I mean, it's not the right kind of tree for it exactly, but similar vibes to like how historically Christmas trees would be decorated.
Okay. Well, before we leave, Inos is going to, well, would it be too much to ask to have like a piece of parchment and maybe a charcoal stick on hand?
No, not at all.
No.
Like I said, you would have been told beforehand how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. Leave your own little prayer, little slip on it.
Well, if we were informed on his yes, no, Inos would have gotten a little bell, some parchment, some string, and he would write a prayer in deep speak on it. Affix the parchment to the bell and affix the bell to the tree.
Yeah. The bell, gently jingles in like I said, there's a light spring breeze.
Excellent. And then, yep, that's it for Inos. He is ready to leave.
I'm debating like how hardcore I want to be. I'm like, should Aurelia like hang a dagger from the tree? No. It's
I really should have maybe invested like those like blade tip earrings so she has like spare throwing things.
I think she would just probably keep some on her person. But
just carry
I
more
did talk
daggers.
about how her her new lady in waiting did pocket some slivers of the metagrease, the fairy rapier that smashed, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure by the time you guys get back, Ike Wayland is going to turn that into a hat pin that is going to be very sharp.
I 100% have given Aurelia tips on how to hide different various daggers and throwing things on her person. You kidding me?
At some point, you should probably stat the fucking orichalcum hair dragon pin that Narissa has. Just maybe give it that stat.
I mean,
it's probably one, like just 1 and 1, one shock, one killing, and it's orichalcum, so it pierces 1 armor.
Yeah, it's AP1.
She's always got it. She's always got a dagger.
It's. You didn't really design it, Inos.
I want to kill someone with a
weapon in
hammer.
emergency, but it is very big and elaborate, and so it is probably
it can be a stabber in a pinch.
Sharp and pointing. Yeah,
It's good for stabbing.
No, I think the edgiest we get there is probably, like I said, Aurelia probably has her own section of parchment without a bell, and probably just like scribble something and maybe presses a thumb. Probably with some lamp black ink or something, or actually no, the other kind of black ink you use is called oak. It's based off oak, gall, and iron, so that's probably more your Teinish speed, your Teineman speed, but gets a little thumbprint. All right, if you guys are ready, you can head back down the mountain.
Yep, heading down the mountain. Right down the mountain.
God damn it! I heard the inflection, and that was my first immediate thought as well.
Cool mountain vibes.
Take me home.
We should have put like a little side.
Oh my god. So, one quick thing. There's a new magic set right now, and there's a common land in it called Country Roads. I have been singing that nonstop every draft this month. It's been hilarious.
I mean, how can you not? Especially because like John Denver's Country Roads is really good.
It is,
and also
100%.
is kind of appropriate in this case. Talking about Mountain Mama, the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it's also a Wacky Races themed set. So
weird. Oh no, I
dude,
get it.
magic is so funny.
I ate for drift, yeah.
Yeah, it's a land that you can sacrifice to create a pilot.
Does it have Mudley?
No. Well, hold on. Let me get you a picture.
Well, while that happens, we would go back down the mountain. Do we need to make any more checks?
No.
Okay. Then we will probably, unless anyone has anything they would like to do, we will probably retire for the night. Does anyone Does anyone have any conversations or anything they want to do in said time?
I'm keeping the stick.
Keep your
It'll be
stick.
a nice memento.
That's fair. That's like just what I was going to ask.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just forcing it forward.
Yeah, fair. I think Leslok has already pressed the leaf in his planner.
Rad.
Yeah, seems fair. I'm pretty sure you have a diary or journal on you, so.
I think he just always has one, but yeah. It's,
Connor probably at one point asked if anyone else saw snow up there.
I guess the topic that Leslok will say I haven't, though I did get a leaf from the tree.
Oh, that's pretty. Probably a good sign. Sign of what, though? I don't know.
I think, like, Leslok shows it to the others.
Out of character, if I was to make a student of religion roll, would I get any different information than Leslok's roll?
Yes.
Okay.
You also bring up no, he's his brother. He's her brother. You also bring up like Aurelia also got a leaf herself, though it was a bit different.
Yes, Aurelia would since the conversation come up, show she has an autumnal leaf.
Autumnal leaf.
I also think I picked not just because birch is one of the kinds of trees that is
Jesus
well liked for this.
Three nines.
I think you succeeded.
I think so too.
Yeah. It is a kind of tree that does not fruit. It's a I think was it called catkins if they're a birch tree? But like that kind of thing. Like it grows like the long like seed and pollen pod things, not actually like fruits. But yes, trip nines. So you are coming at this from actual religious study. Now, admittedly, your primary area of expertise is Deitastata. We have literally had a conversation earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no matches.
God damn.
Whatchamacallit?
Inos has not necessarily studied the Septum script.
Yes, yeah. So like, that would be something that may come up to like if you ask these guys about it, they would be like, oh yeah, no, in the book 1, chapter 1 of the Scepter script, it talks about like that's High King Win and Hydra Saturn under that tree, that tree back there. So you are not entirely sure about the omenification there, but the mountain is kind of a I guess how I would say, like a conflux of most, if not all, of the major deities' areas. Like, from the mountain, you can see the sea. There is a spring water, that's fresh water. There's, it's exposed to the sunlight. It's part of a mountain, but also, that mountain has an under to it. There's a tree that's, wild. It is in nature.
sorry. There's a tree that's wild.
Yeah, I know. That I meant that as a hyphen, not a comma, but it sounded funny in either way. The only thing like explicitly that it lacks, based on your understanding, is there's no fire, but Fornaxia is associated with summer as well, and it feels kind of like there is an, like I said, an open-ended area, and definitely like separate from what Leslok rolled, because you get to roll religion after everybody talks about their experiences.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely didn't experience any snow or frost in when you touched and drank from the spring. And in fact, like I said, you found the water, while crisp and cool, not as chilling as your experience with mountain springs historically.
Something warmer.
Yeah. It's not a hot spring either, But definitely you feel like normally Winter's Bite is not very strong on that mountain. What that means for, again, what Konrad experienced, you're not sure. I mean, you guys do know that there are vague lands, beyond the limits of your map. They are not well explored because, traveling outside of the area of Troikaron, the weather tends to be more extreme. The lands are harsher, and the monstrum get, even nastier because there are, well, at least according to legend anyway. I don't think you guys have tried to sail beyond Troikaron's borders any time in your lives. You're not that old. But according to reports, the monstrum are usually older and stronger because there are not settlements of people out there, fighting with them tooth and nail.
See, there be monsters.
Here
and also
be
specifically,
dragons.
the continent's real fucked up because your ancestors used every ounce of their available sorcery to blow that shit up because there were Imperials there who were really annoying. They had, advanced military tactics and strategy.
Damn you, not Romans!
They built forts real good, real fast, and had roads and shit.
Yeah, well, now they're dead.
But you guys do know that supposedly, even further north than Norlon is supposed to be what's called the Icelands. They're supposed to be, a place where it never stops being winter.
I come from a land of ice and snow. Sorry.
I mean, midnight sun and the hot springs blow. So that's, interesting there. But like I said, the thing I'm getting at is that out of the current known named 7 throne gods, you don't know anybody who's in charge of spring or fall specifically.
Huh.
Usually you honor Sylvanus in spring because he's the god of animals and wild places and, growing things. And usually you honor Vertum in autumn because he is a god of fertility and growth and nourishment, the god of the land. So you're like, hey, these pumpkins were real big this year. Vertum be praised. Thanks, you, Mountain
G.
Man. But there is not explicitly a god or goddess associated with the transitional periods. Again, for a fact Fornax is associated with summer, and there was a goddess associated with winter.
But she is gone.
Yes.
So there was never even a god. There was never a god associated with fall.
No,
you don't know that for sure.
Yeah, it's like actually one of those questions is like, we only have 7, but there's still 13 thrones.
And there are, like I said, there are. The Church of the Seven does not like to speculate on that because it's not a confirmed heretical line, but it is one of those things that's like, yeah, I don't know if we want to fuck with that. The Church and the Covenant exists to prevent another block of calamities, basically. So they don't really want to upset the status quo, so they don't pry too hard. There are some decent guesses. Like I said, for a fact there was a winter goddess. And the storm goddess killed her, allegedly. You guys are like 99% sure there was a moon goddess. Like, the people are reasonably certain that was not just we put Deatacida in a funny hat. There was a separate. I mean, it's a thing you got to question sometimes with religion, but
I know, but
you are pretty sure that there was a consort to Hydrus, the goddess of the moon, the nighttime, of stars, perhaps even of other things. And again, there are, it's unclear, but it's a reasonable guess that there was the Sky Mother. There was a goddess of skies, separate from freshwater and saltwater and all that stuff. And then there's a couple of, that's a 3. So there's another 3 that's just kind of like, eh?
No, something.
Like, Enos, this is actual character note. You should probably think if Enos believes whether or not the gateman was a god or not, or was he just like a really old, important iron demon. That's a figure you have in your mythology that there was, the gate man, the guy who controlled the border between life and death, possibly involving, literal gates, perhaps, I don't know, ferries and rivers. Yeah.
We do have several whack-ass rivers in the underworld.
Yeah, so, like, the Iron Kindred have their own mythology that there is a guy they just called the Gate Man who is in charge of that kind of stuff. But again, that could have just been one of you guys. You guys were the staff of the underworld originally, so it could have just been, a very important Iron Demon.
It could have just been Steve.
Or that
Steve
could have been another throned god. The Cauldron folk have a belief in somebody they call the Wise Man or the Weaver, but their opinions of religion is not, like, fully integrated into the Church of the Seven. So that could just be a really advanced form of ancestor worship.
Genuine question.
Yeah, go for it.
What do the Fae think of the throne gods?
The Fae are the kindred of Sylvanas, so they're locked in.
Fair enough.
Like they have a business.
That one, we like that one.
If you wanted to, like, that would probably be, you'd have to ask them some questions because they're notoriously cagey and tricksy. But
I just know they're old.
Their opinion of the gods is probably a little more practical than even humans, because their primary the Fae, I guess, drew the you can say whether they drew the long straw or the short straw, but they drew the straw where they spend the bulk of their time on the other side, basically buffering the gods from mortals. So,
I think that's the short straw. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, only one of you has actually been through to the other side with capital letters, and from what he told you is, like, it was a little spooky over there. There were, that's where your friends, the little gooey guys, the Formless Devils, are from, and some other shit. Like, there's weird stuff over there. That's, shades and devils and weird beasts hang out there. And also, you need Leslok would have had a guide, because otherwise it's possible he would have gotten lost in there for, like, what he thought was merely 7 minutes could have been 7 days or 7 years or some shit. Like, it's weird over there.
Yeah.
Spooky.
I was more thinking of, like, they have to deal with every enthusiastic human who's trying to find heaven, literally. Just breaking in, being like, hey!
That's when a bunch of fairy knights on white horses pop out, and it's like, no, you don't get to go to heaven. In fact, free trip to Underworld for you. 10,000 arrows. And like I said, yeah, you rolled like 9s. Inos, you've probably, because your cuz, your foster brother, the Marquess, has a very big library that he keeps reading, so he needs to keep buying new books. You would probably know that, like I said, there is some question about the Imperials. They paid tribute to a god known as the Builder, who may be called Logos. But that's another one where it's like, was that real? Was that a real guy with a throne, and that's why they were so upset? Or is that just some shit they made up when they were off on the other side of the world and nobody was looking at them, So there's wiggle rooms for like who fills what role. So yeah, there's no throne god who would be directly attested with a sign of autumn. So that leaves, the leaf is the color of flame. That could be meaningful.
And this is Aurelia, right?
Yeah, Aurelia got the autumn leaf.
So, I mean, we did just go into a spooky labyrinth and realize we were related to the fire tribe. So
I think it's
there's
been
that.
It has been a little while since I brought it up, but I believe, let me double check her physical description. Yeah, Aurelia's not quite got the like Logi flame colored hair.
She is not Jolene.
She is a little more of I guess the best way to describe it is because of her cauldron ancestry. She's got almost like a like green blonde hair.
Green blonde. Ooh.
Like, yeah, her hair is so in the yellow area that actually in certain lights you feel like there's a greenish tint to it.
Okay.
Lady Cressida probably has a very similar tone of hair. But Aurelia's eyes are steel gray. She's got them old Logi iron eyes. Because the quote-unquote flame-colored eyes is very rare. Right of... Well, I did not, actually. I was just checking. Did I write a physical description for Alestra? I should sometime. But, you know, she's probably pretty typical what you would expect. Also pale. Probably kind of green-gray eyes. Actually, this is something I was thinking about for something else, but... what's Nico's hair color again? Is he just blonde?
No, Nicola is deep red hair.
Okay, red. Yeah, bright red.
Yes, no.
It's like,
Nicola
you-
is
I'm
red
trying
hair.
to
Not.
You knew
I would not
the
describe
same.
it as flaming red. I would describe it as dark red. Dark red going on red brown.
Auburn, yes.
Auburn, yeah.
Let's just then probably a little bit of a lighter tone, maybe a little more ginger than auburn, but yeah, you know, reddish hair, green-gray eyes, kind of a thing.
Woo.
All right.
Yeah.
Woo!
Any other questions about religious thinkies?
Nay.
All right.
They are signs.
But man, fuck. Sorry.
Interpret them as you will. Inos will probably say something to the effect of, don't try to read too hard into it.
Men go mad doing it.
Yeah. The gods are supposed to guide us, not lead us.
Although sometimes they just fuck with us.
You're not here. You're asleep.
No, I know. Nicola's dead.
Which is the funny part,
to
because
you in
Nicola
riddles.
gets to wake up the next day, and you get to do all that.
Oh, jeez.
So first of all, hey, you roll body plus endurance.
Alright. Let me pull up my
I'm
sheets.
pretty sure everybody in the squad who took shock damage healed it one way or another, but in case you don't...
Endurance. Endurance.
Yes, body plus
Alright.
endurance with an E.
Yes.
Not
That's
vigor. Vigor is what you roll to
unfortunate.
recover after you do something that takes endurance.
Well, I'm likely going to fail the endurance roll.
He's just a goopy little guy.
Just a goopy little
Dude, I have a lot of vigor, not a lot of
goopy little
endurance.
noodle.
Yeah, no.
Alestra,
Alright,
he
you
is
take
not.
You take one shock to body.
Jeez.
So again, you know have the scene laid out before you: the spring, the tree, the thrones. What is Nicola's approach?
Well, Nicola will wash his hands. How many people are around here?
You decided to go for the dawning time, so it's probably a crowd. There's probably, you know, a couple dozen people at any given time on the peak.
Yeah, then in his head, not out loud, obviously, Nicola will do something he usually doesn't do, and offer a prayer directly to the big H-bomb. Basically, somewhere along the lines of, I know we don't always get along. I had a bit of a rebellious phase. Blamed you for a lot of the stuff with my sister. But I worry that we are entering interesting times. And basically, he will pray for Hydrus to watch over his sister, as apparently he has decided he likes her. So, gotta take responsibility. Yeah, basically. Well, I'm not saying any of this out loud, obviously, because people would stare at me like I'm a lunatic. But, yeah. And then I will offer basically a more standard, if not more long-winded than usual prayer to the other sixth throne god.
Yeah. Just for my sake of my own clarity, how does Nicola approach the tree? You wash your hands off.
That would probably be inappropriate. So, Nicola will approach the tree, lay his hand on the tree, and... Oh, actually, I need to check something. Hold on.
Yep.
I need to check the intensity of a spell.
I will say,
Buster just going ham over there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Buster busting. Makes him feel good. I will say for Nicola's experience will be slightly different because he's going, at sunrise as the sun's coming up. So, it's kind of like in your eyes a little, you gotta shield your eyes sometime. But definitely you probably feel like, when you cleanse your hand and then wash off and then touch the tree, feel maybe a little bit more warmth.
Okay, so I am going to cast a spell on the tree.
Which one?
He's effectively going to do nothing because I don't believe the tree is injured. Although if it is, I'm in for a rude awakening here. I'm going to cast a Vitae transfer on the tree and make the actions of taking on its injuries. I don't think this will do anything because I don't think it's injured. But if it is, I am prepared to be hurt by a tree, which would be mildly amusing.
No problem. We just joked about Buster busting out there.
I'm casting a spell on the tree.
Yeah, Nicola's gonna do something very funny because he's casting Vitae transfer. He's going to metaphorically take on the tree's injuries.
Yeah.
And then after a while, Nicola just gets like box skin.
Alright, so yeah, I spend 3 minutes doing that.
Alright.
And then I go back down the mountain to meet up with everybody.
Well, go ahead and roll Vitae transfer. Let's see.
Okay.
You could technically fail it.
I will set my expert die as... is there any particularly holy number for Sylvanas? I don't think there is.
No, not specifically for him.
I would say sevens. 7 gods.
Yeah.
Sevens.
Yeah, I'll just do 7.
Seven's probably
That
just your
does
general
feel
number.
appropriate.
It was the right number,
Well,
Jesus.
4 7s!
Is that 3 7s I see? Ding,
No,
ding,
that's
ding,
4
ding.
7s.
Yeah, but it becomes 4
Oh,
if you're an
right.
expert.
Yeah, because I set the expert dice.
Even more lucky.
Yes, no, I did not expect that to happen. Well, there goes my luck for the day.
Nicola goes berserk and is constantly charging his limit bar and deals 777 damage instantly.
Oh no, I exploded the tree!
No.
Uh,
But, let's see. Yeah, it takes
or does the
minutes.
tree explode the Nicola?
Transfer with and shock and killing from one target to the other in the same locations. All right, so Nicola, you go through the motions. You meditate. You touch the tree with your one. And you are metaphorically trying to find harm in the tree and take it upon yourself. You do not, upon successfully casting the spell, you do not find any wounds, as it were, in the tree to take. And in fact, you are healed of the shock damage you took for flummoxing your roll earlier.
Fair enough.
You don't know if the tree necessarily takes your shock damage because the tree is unmoved, as we would say. You know, it rustles gently in the breeze, and your palm where you were touching the tree feels very warm as you cast the spell. And obviously, like I said, I had you roll, so you know you did it right. It is intensity 2, so you could have flubbed it.
Yep.
But it's not so much that you, again, the way this spell normally is supposed to work is, you know, you transfer the energy. So you move excess life from one person to another, or, you know, maybe you move their harm, you know, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
When you set up to transfer to the tree, because like you said, you're metaphorically trying to take its ills, its burdens, you just feel, I guess for lack of a better word, light and life. Like, that's just that you know, that pure energy. And so, you know, your exhaustion basically from the hike up is healed. Any honestly, any lingering aches and pains you have from your surgical incident feel better. You feel pretty good.
This is the tree that Hydra sat under, right?
Yeah.
Then I will offer a prayer of thanks to Hydrus and Sylvanas. Because, I mean, it's a tree, I have to include Sylvanas, I have to.
Yeah.
It's the rules.
The rules.
You know, there is kind of a moment as, you know, you take your hand away and do your prayer that, you know, you don't feel the breeze, but, you know, every, like, leaf and branch on the tree just, shivers for just a slight second like there was a breeze kind of a thing. Make some of the you know, like I said, bells and baubles that are hung in the tree kind of jingle.
Ready? Well, I will head back down to the mountain. Oh, wait, do I want to try? No, I don't want to put a prayer into writing. If the gods are listening, they've heard me. If they're not, oh well.
And so, you guys regroup.
All right.
If there's anything you guys want to, again, talk about amongst yourselves or otherwise get in your plans, go for it. Otherwise, you know, you guys will start moving through your vignettes of places to visit. The order, just because that's the, like, most convenient route to take. Oh, no, okay, I was already in the right spot. I thought I was in the right spot. Maybe not. Should be Alfin, two ghouls, and then to Martlet. And then you guys will carry on through to
Candlekeep?
Saints Quay.
Oh, Saints Quay. Why do I keep wanting to sing Candlekeep Quay?
Because that's a location in 14.
That's why.
That's that one that one quay where you do stuff. Is that where the... No, that's not where the spiked butt is, but that's where those two... That's the fate where those two guys fight, I think, is Candlekeep.
Candlekeep is also a Forgotten Realms location.
Candlekeep Quay is literally a location in 14, though, so that's why I like to keep saying it, because it's on the 14 map. But yeah, so that'll be the order of operations. You guys obviously don't have to, like, all stick together and take the same meetings, per se, but you're traveling as a group, so it is just easier if you guys, you know, load up and do all your social calls roughly at the same time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if you guys do want to do any last-minute character stuff or in-character conversations before leaving Tredesim, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I am going to pause and step away real quick. It's been going for, you know, almost 2 hours.
All right.
So I'm gonna run and take a bio break, and then we will proceed.
Yep.
I might have some
The
conversation.
pause is in.
Hang on,
I will be right back.
let me pause.
I think I'm pretty much
An extra
Yeah,
week
that went
down
for-
there in Southern California.
I know there is a conversation I probably want to have on boat with people, but
Yeah, no.
There's at least one conversation I want to have before we leave the island, but not necessarily leaving Tredesim. So,
yeah.
Yeah, so you want to go beat the Marlet.
well,
Nicola is kind of done.
I guess it depends on one thing.
I'm
What the
done
thing is
now.
that? I'm curious.
Kefis is coming with us.
Probably not, I want to say, but we should.
Actually, no, you're right. I should say goodbye.
You should say your smoochy goodbyes.
Actually, I am curious. Do you have a romantic indication of Kesef? We say that a lot, but we don't. You don't actually like.
Unless you're making secret DMs to the DM.
Yeah.
That's shit.
Yeah, you don't like really. Man, you just every time we talk about your boyfriend, you just kind of awkwardly laugh, and I'm just like,
I'm always trying to like. I'm always smiling. I guess it's not. It's meant to be.
And that means
Here's your Got it.
I don't. I'll put this.
are your hormones still
gonna-
out of control? You don't know what you want.
I mean, I'm gonna say this: you can love someone without it being sexual.
It's true.
Yes, I like it, but I appreciate it intellectually, and I like having a. Leslok likes having it in his life, and it's like. I
You want to be
around.
heterosexual life partners.
you beat me to it.
If we fuck, I don't care. I'm not going to talk about that.
Wow, what a time to come back.
Sorry, I was trying to ask how Leslok actually felt about Kepis, and it's all like it's not a sexual kind of like, but it was just like one of those things where like anytime we like joke about his boyfriend, Axe is always just kind of awkwardly laughed about it. So I'm just like,
But if we fucked, I wouldn't say no. I feel like
I mean, he's in a committed.
I'm married. It's complicated.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's
But
like
you're also, I
Update
don't
your fucking scribe book relationship setup. It's complicated.
I don't mean to be too glib, but you are also a noble.
yes,
So-
it's more just.
Like,
I don't think it's something Kepis would want in a kind of way, but yeah.
have you asked? Who knows? He may be down to.
I have to think about it.
DTF? Down to solve crimes? That doesn't match at all.
You did.
Down to
you
the
made
CS.
word
Down
up.
to CS. DTS. Down to solve crimes.
But
I-
recording is
I
going
myself
again, by the
so
way.
hard.
So
Yeah. It's
Oh,
like,
okay. Lucky
Okay.
I'm paused. Okay, I'll
sorry.
pause.
I should have mentioned that earlier.
Okay. So
Yeah,
No.
I
came back
actually
to
do
it.
have a thing I need to go do. So let's do Aren's things first, and then I'll do mine.
Well, I was just saying the only thing I have is if. So is Kefis going to continue to accompany us until we leave Drum?
No.
Okay.
You return him to his hometown.
Listen, he's got to help the fucking the professor.
Yeah, his dad says no.
Yes, Professor is correct.
Yeah, to help the professor pack her shit. I have a feeling that is going to be a trial and a half on its own.
I need to go say goodbye to him, and I guess to say this on mic, how do I say this?
I want to. How can I say I want to fuck you if I actually want to?
I mean,
Not that.
Leslok, you're playing a 19-year-old. That's in character.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
I want
Leslok
the
would say,
record to
I
show
want you
I'm
in my life all the
behaving.
time. Or just, I want you. And
I
just
want
take it how you
you.
will.
Whoa. Okay. All right. That may be a little more romantical than we were just off
But
mic
he
discussing.
can't say that directly to him because there's no actual good moment for that. Also, it also implies the wrong thing.
Just say that you're. Just
You can proclaim feelings of as they would say back in the day, brotherhood.
yeah, camaraderie, friendship.
Roommateship.
Not to put words in your mouth, but I believe the sentiment that has been remarked on, I think, out of character but on mic, is letting Kefis know that no matter what happens, he always has a place
Yes.
in Teine.
Yeah.
You're always I always welcome you.
Yeah.
I think that's already implicating romantic anyway.
Nah.
You can interpret that some other ways. Like
No,
I
you
said,
remember,
we're
like
doing
sworn
a
brother,
sweeping
like
double house this game.
sworn brotherhood is a thing,
Yeah.
Oh, listen, there's room for many ranges of feeling. The bromance is one of them.
Once again, I am not a huge fan of the Greeks, but I do tend to give a lot of credence to their description of the many different forms of love.
I think I
jeez.
have. I think I have some of like the kind of like the Achilles Patroclus kind of like love there, where it's like it goes beyond just being sexual. Where it's like
Go for
I
it.
would feel sad if he horribly died, like on a deep level.
Yeah. And Kefis, whether you guys are like gonna
shake hands or embrace. I don't think there's anything we've discussed in this culture that there's anything against two dudes just hanging out, hugging.
I immediately thought of two dudes hanging out 15 feet apart
because they're not gay.
Honestly,
listen.
I don't
if
think
you
these
guys
gays are
take
bad
a
thing in our
sauna or
culture.
hot spring trip, we can decide how many feet are provided for everybody's security and sanity. But no, however you would say your goodbyes. Kefis does kind of return the feeling. He would not say it as you're always welcome in Trone, but probably would have honestly, this is probably
We can always go on adventures
Leslok
together.
may be getting used to in his life, but in another time, in a different life, he would love to have tear up the stacks at the Observatoire with you, but that's not your path in life.
Rain, high school AU win.
Ironically, if Leofric didn't die, that probably would have happened.
I mean, yeah, no, I think that's he was even talking about at the final feast, he was talking about figuring out a place he could send you for summer or winter term somewhere, get you out of the house. Again, regrets, nostalgia. But I won't dive into character because I feel it's time to say.
I don't
things.
want to
But,
overcomplicate every conversation, but
I
will
know.
say goodbye to
I
have
don't
a big
want to
moment.
overcomplicate it either. But Kefis would say to you in not so many words that while he appreciates your friendship, your camaraderie, lets you know that you are not just allies, but he considers you his friend. But also, he would echo a sentiment that I think he's mentioned before, kind of the aside, that he is not planning from fleeing Trone anytime soon, as it were.
Of course.
Hey, listen, we're playing a drama game about. Actually, I haven't needed to go to any further pages, so I'm looking at the cover of the book. Yeah, a game of lords and leaders, right now.
But if your professor's going out and needs someone to make sure she doesn't lose all of her stuff along the way.
Oh, of course, I plan to visit in Summer Court no matter what. I suspect I shall have to lean a little on Father that as much as he does not like to travel, an appearance would be, with so close our neighbors, would be untoward. But no, like I said, we're playing a game of noble houses and high stakes and intrigue and stuff. We've talked before about possible flashpoints, future conflicts. You guys are, I think, close enough. You've spent all this time, on the trip and spending time getting closer with the Crown Prince, which is, another wholly different power move. I can tell you without needing to couch it in rolling, because you guys are supposed to be, intelligent and competent. You spent many years off screen preparing for this. This is a future flashpoint, much like I've talked about how there could be an issue between the two, primarily the two anyway, Scions of House Espada. Yeah, the two Espada siblings. You don't think Kefis really holds anything against his 4-year-old younger, 4-year-old sister?
But it might cause issues with his dad.
But you have strongly gotten the impression that yes, Kefis will not just quit being head of household because his parents tell him, basically. He's intelligent and somewhat independent, as you may have noticed. Has a tendency to kind of go his own way and investigate, the underpinnings of the world. What I'm saying is, however you want to define their bromance or man crush or whatever, Kefis is a lot like your dad, but probably nerdier. But he has, talking about, people we mirror. He's got a lot of the same virtues that Leofric had. One of which is probably going against the grain when it would be much easier to go with the grain. And you, Leslok, probably don't really know what the other houses would feel about that. But you guys did kind of experience a little microcosm of this. On paper, you were the heir of the house and lord of the house, but there were some people who were technically supposed to, sit down and shut up and follow you, who had some opinions. You kind of had to, bend their opinions back around into line.
Aw.
So, it's not necessarily a guarantee that these things go just with the way they're supposed to go.
I'd like to say I'm ready for anything bad to go wrong, but that'd be a lie.
I mean, you can say it. I won't make you roll a lie just to say it.
No, that's what he says.
Okay. Oh, so you straight up, yeah. Kefis just kind of, smiles and nods and says, well, then we'll see. Whatever happens, happens. We are in the hands of fate. And if that's not too ominous a point to leave it off, I think that's, where your conversation will probably wind down.
Yes, let's wind down. I have to respond to everything, Gax.
Right.
Like I said, I think we were at a natural point.
Yeah.
Unless Leslok really does feel that that's too ominous to leave it on, we can be dramatic.
No, it's fine. Because it's like I'm already expecting Kefis is already like doing a card trick in the air.
You guys did observe him with a Verite deck. Yeah. So, Aren, did you have something then with the information that Kefis is not coming with you?
Yes, it's actually with Kefis. Konrad will definitely give him a nice big handshake and, one-armed hug.
All right.
And we'll let him know in very direct terms that because he helped him in the capital down at the docks, he owes him, and he considers that an oath. If you ever need me, either my fist or my sword or anything else, just let me know, and I'll come.
Rad. Yes, Kefis, takes that, returns your handshake, and yes. Does not say probably in so many terms, I'll hold you to. Yes, he solemnly acknowledges.
I don't know if I should do it or not. I'm just picturing, when Logesh pulls Kefis aside, he just does the whole big brother, don't hurt my little brother's feelings or else I'll come for you.
Do not.
Yeah, I won't.
Well, we've discussed that, that's not necessarily what his and Leslok's relationship is either.
Yeah,
so.
But it is funny to think that.
And that is it. So,
alrighty.
The history books will think we were gay together.
They were roommates.
No, that's what I said. That's what I literally said. It's like the definition of their relationship is they were roommates.
All right, so
Whatever
you're going
you
to House
interpret that
Ulfin
to be.
first.
Yes.
Like I said, it is. Trone is not a huge island, but it is still a whole province. So it's no matter where you're going, it's a couple of hours. But like I said, we don't need to fight about the exact, range. Ulfin is located in the southeast of Mount Trone, in wooded hills and lowlands. Their primary holding is located in what is called the Foxglove Forest, dense region of spruce trees and cedar pines. Getting a little more cool. So they use the trees for a variety of things: timber, wood pulp for paper, musical instruments, even. And the spruces do provide the ingredients for a local delicacy, spruce beer.
Spruce beer.
Yes, because you can ferment the juice of the spruce. By the way, this is useful for preventing scurvy because spruce beer has vitamin C in it.
Rad.
Nice.
So yes, this is actually another thing that is part of their trade. Is not only is it a local delicacy, but at the very least, sailors from House Verity will load up on the spruce beer to stay healthy against the scurvy. Because getting citrus up here is a little harder. You guys will probably be met with some local guides, and either you can go straight to their Alpine Manor, Thimblewood. There's also a nearby township of Rosegate. So those of you who don't want to directly call on House Ulfin, even though I think most of you are willing to make a social call.
Yeah.
I know for sure Nicola would want to go directly, and so is Inos, obviously.
Yes. Because I think she asked to speak with me, so.
I don't remember if she wanted to speak with you, but I think she exchanged, kinds of words. Probably said, I think the phrasing was, missed an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, because I think you're
So
you're
not
both
like-
healers, and she wanted to be
not
talk
because I
not
was not
having
at
something
the,
directly to say to
I
you,
was not
but
at
like
the garden party.
Yeah, so no, but Inos is going because he is concerned.
yes. Thimblewood itself has a very stark, strongly emphasized wooden architecture, big timbers, big logs, and cut timbers, mountain granite base. So, kind of like that rock trim effect around the lower level. It's equipped for cooler temperatures, because it can get a little brisk in these dense woods in winter. Smaller windows, thicker shutters. But the reason why you're probably met by a couple of local guides is because the manor itself does kind of just blend into the local wood. Like
Rad.
It's built with roof slats and slates that are shingles that are made of local wood and probably even cut and sealed tree bark kind of a thing. So you get far enough away, you're like, is that a house over there or is that just more tree? I don't know.
Dump.
There are though terraces for orchards and kind of covered gardens and the like as well. The township of Rosegate is perhaps a half hour down the road. Sturdy construction of wood. Their industries are mostly in wood byproducts. They have, and you probably see on the trip up to the manor, kilns for making charcoal and potash.
Potash.
Yes,
Potash.
potash. Things including fertilizer. They also do a lot of work in resins. You do see some small paper mills, possibly even some of the kilns for glass blowing, since you do get access to the charcoal for it. Fields of herbs, medicinal agriculture, and the like. You'll be greeted by Lord Renard and his wife, Lady Galnia.
Mhm.
Lord Renard is honestly, compared to Duke Verity, a pleasant enough host. Doesn't seem to mind a visit. You guys have met him before in prior years. He looks much the same, though. Obviously, he like everyone else has added a few years in there. He's kind of a average height, average build, wiry kind of man, sharp faced, with ginger hair that's starting to get a couple of flecks of gray in it, and probably a well trimmed, sharp, goatee and mustache. Has a vulpine manner,
Foxy.
They are the house of the fox. Like I said, he is a pleasant enough host, does not mind a visit at all. After all, his family lives in, an estate in the woods. Actually, I should say, I believe. Sorry, I've added to the Dramatis. Lady Gallia is ranked as a master healer.
Ooh.
Your local meal? That's right. I put the menu back in.
Oh no, he's gonna make us hungry.
No, I haven't eaten dinner yet.
I haven't eaten dinner either.
Well,
I've had
too
breakfast.
bad.
Fine.
It's like you're
I'm just
reading,
gonna go walk up.
you're
I'm
reading
just
a
gonna walk up
Brian
and grab
Jacques
food.
novel. Actually, it's not that bad. But your local meal should be appetizer of a mushroom salad.
Okay.
Mushrooms and leafy greens. Pan roasted grouse and herbs.
Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of game birds up here.
Bird.
Dessert of candied fruits and nuts.
Ooh, tasty. Okay, it wasn't too
Tasty.
bad.
Yes. But guess what? You've got 2 more vignettes.
Ah!
Oh no.
But yes, the 2 of them are pleasant hosts, but obviously he understands this is mostly a social call about his daughter who is in your age bracket.
Mhm.
So you guys see Sienna Alphen again.
Yeah, my friend.
She is yes. Yeah,
My
she's
friend
ranked she's ranked a journeywoman healer now.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, I don't have any major beats.
Oh no, Inos would just inquire after her health. That on the way down we missed her because she was dealing with foundering ships and stuff. Just make sure everything is okay on that front. Does she need any help, assistance, additional funding for supplies?
Yeah, she'll probably when you guys want to talk, invite you to go out in the gardens basically.
Mm-hmm.
Check on the plants, maybe help find your mushrooms for your meal.
Mm-hmm. Rad.
You probably note that while she is fairly lightly geared, probably like simple high quality but simple outdoor clothes, like get an extra cloak, some sturdy boots and stuff. Do I have a physical description for her in my Dramatis? I put my character notes in my stat blocks. No, okay, she doesn't have an additional note because I didn't have you guys hang out. But yeah, so she's a young woman about your age, kind of similar sharp features to from her father's side of the family, like neck length ginger hair that she usually keeps tied back, bright green eyes. Definitely like at a glance looks like she's been missing some nights of sleep, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So is that, but when you do go out to kind of like wander the orchards or even the woods a little, first of all, she probably loads up and hooked to her belt with a light crossbow.
Rad.
But also does tell you about not like local rules, but like local superstitions. Everybody should make sure they are carrying a little bit of iron on them. A knife is usually good. Because the Foxglove Woods are sometimes a tiny bit spooky.
Tiny bit.
Yeah. And especially since, Konrad said he would be interested in the woods and, kind of wanders around. You definitely see that there are a couple of old ass what would be called because they kind of predate Covenant lifestyle and stuff, some Pagana style shrines dedicated to Sylvanas or nondescript spirits of the forest, piled stones, carved trees in with like faces or other images on them, kind of a thing. Little candles left here and there, small offerings. So the woods are important to these people. And yeah, you ask how she's been, and yeah, she does say that there's been a few ship founderings, a few shipwrecks in the early spring season, which is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
She does kind of hedge a little that a few of them seem to have been navigational errors due to unseasonably high or low tides, or a little bit of obscuring weather, like unseasonable clouds or fog.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys, this is why she invites you out to walk amongst the woods. You got a little privacy. Sienna's been working on this most of the spring season. A couple of these incidents, and the reason why there's been such a volume of injuries is because the volumes of passengers and pilgrims on the ships are exceptionally high.
Oh.
Higher than average volume, and candidly, yeah, because well, hey, without making anybody roll, hey, remember I just had that conversation about loyalty of the if you guys want to crack open your Dramatis and double check, Kefis is 19,
reschools, and most of her girl gang are 20,
Mhm.
so the same age range. Kefis's youngest sister Constance is 4. So you guys should be. It's funny that you are indeed visiting all 3 members of the girl gang, but I don't feel the need again to obfuscate that. Like, obviously, those guys are going to feel closer to Kefis than the youngest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is. I think it's probably known, since it's been 3 years, that Leslok is tight with Kefis. And obviously, Inos, you are like actually friends with most members of the girl gang.
Yes.
So like, she doesn't mind telling you that in low tones that while she was working on the convalescent, she spoke to some of them, and some of them even said that they did wait a few extra days in port to take on more passengers. Which is why some of them have this is something Leslok will remember. And aside comments from Lord Ferretti. That there were some cases of, wintertime fever or cough, seasonal illness. Not exactly. I don't know if you would. Common cold seems like a universal enough term. I don't actually. I should double check the etymology of influenza sometime. Because that sounds like that's probably just like a fancy Greek or Latin word for my lungs hurt. But yeah, so they were densely packed and staying in one space for a while, so there were a few extra cases of disease that had to be treated. And yes, they were very high volume. And she does say that there were other cases where they reported that the ships would be loaded with additional cargo, usually bulks of inexpensive alcohol, wine or brandy, or bread rations. Sometimes materials like rough spun cloth or light lumber, not like the big lumber shipments from Ferretti.
Why is there an influx of pilgrims all of a sudden?
Yeah, and that's Teine doesn't know, and I don't think you've got enough grasp with any of your skills to roll that.
Wasn't that happening before the meeting as well?
Yes, this has been kind of ongoing through the spring season.
Yeah, no, because what happened is we originally wasn't able to meet Senna Alphen because she was dealing with the founderings of the ships. So the foundering of the ships happened, at the turn of at the turn
Well,
of the
if I
season.
had to get, I do have a theory, or Nicola has a theory rather, of why there's an influx of pilgrims. Because I know it's been 3 billion years, but this is still like on the top of my notes. Like, bad things have generally been happening all across Troikron. Like, things have just been, there has been bad juju around everywhere, so... And when a lot of people experience bad juju, their first instinct is to turn to prayer.
Well, it could be something reactionary, but again, I don't think we necessarily have the info to say one way or another. But if Senna is doing okay and fine, and well, looks like she could use a couple more days of sleep, probably. Jesus.
Yeah.
I will make a polite conversation. Ask if she may be able to attend the summer court. Actually, she hasn't left. She probably doesn't know all the shit that happened at
Yeah, I mean, because I think we talked about this, but like Duke Verity probably got back like half a week before you did, because you guys spent an extra week in Crown, but you were on a fast boat, so you shaved like a week or so off your trip.
So Inos will probably spend some times telling her all about the stuff that happened.
Hitting her with the goss.
Yep, hitting her with the goss. The royal wedding, the fracas at the Grand Melee, the attack on the black market. The fact that summer court's going to be held in Norlon this year. All the goss.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, she takes it in stride and catches up. She probably knows a few things because she's been in contact via letters with her gal pals. But yeah,
Gal pals.
it's not, writing a letter isn't the same as an Inos hot goss sesh.
Listen, I got.
It lacks the same theatricality.
Don't make me. I'll pull out my fucking perform theater. Don't make me. I'll drama this shit up.
No, you don't have to. I know you're working on it.
But yeah, inquire if she thinks she might be able to make it to Norlon for summer court. Like, I don't know actually how busy she is.
Yeah, she'll probably. I think she would phrase it as she can't promise anything. Out of the three of them, Sienna is probably the least theatric and most pragmatic of her friends, but also got a bit of the cunning. She would say she can't make any promises, but she'll make an effort to work with her friends to make sure that they show.
Rad.
And I don't know. Again, Leslok doesn't have to, but you may mention in your conversation that Kefis said he would try and put pressure on Duke Verity to make sure that he actually, popped over to, one of his nearby neighbors to show up for summer court, which would probably mean a decently sized entourage.
Makes sense.
If nothing else, talking with Nicola, which, by the way, she does probably acknowledge and ask after your arm surgery, because she would, be able to tell your body proportions are different. Make sure you're recovering okay, kind of a thing. But if nothing else, the ability to continue meeting of the minds and expanding, because Inos, you talked about more resources. She's part of the Knights Hospitaller.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like she's from an underfunded group, but maybe going to summer when there's a lot of foreign dignitaries and drumming up a little hometown support that way can't go amiss.
Okay.
But they'll be quite fine for now, and I'm sure that acknowledging to all of House Logi there that she's sure you guys have your economic concerns at present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Inos will make more polite conversations. Mention that if she needs anything, just write him. He'll see what he can do, but he shouldn't tarry over long, and probably get ready to set out.
Yeah. I'll just talk shop. I don't have anything specific in mind, but
Yep. I will say the last little. This one's 2 paragraphs because there's a little bit of plot here. You guys haven't spoken to Sienna before. Now this in the time skip. The last thing she does note is about the founderfying. As I said, Leslok, you would recall that this was a point of contention between the Lords Ferretti and Verity.
Yeah.
About Trone's markets being flooded with cheap goods.
Oh.
Right.
yeah.
She talks about the excess shipments. She does point out that it's odd, because usually when ships are shipwrecked, there's rules of salvage, right?
Right.
And so usually any surviving crew members make an effort to recover goods and cargo. So when she's been speaking to these guys, because they get medical assistance as well, in the case when the ships that have been foundered with these goods, many of the goods are going missing and are not recovered.
But it was,
and like I said, these are usually cheap materials, simple lumber, rough spun cloth, or inexpensive, basically wine or bread rations.
So it's cheap stuff. It's not anything you could
Yes.
sell.
It's
So
not
it's
high
probably
value,
not
but it
pirates.
is a market increase.
Huh. All right, that's going in my note.
I might have to ask for a recap on these couple points to write them down, but
Yeah. Like I said, I wrote 1 paragraph for everybody, and specifically this got 2 paragraphs, like I said, because you guys are asking Sienna about what is technically a plot point.
okay.
Need to make
But
our
if there's no
our court
visits,
of crime.
yes. If there is no other things in particular you want to pop in at like I said, at Rosegate or the Thimblewood Manor, you guys, take your meal and can move on.
Yep.
No, just wanted to say hi.
Next, then, would be House Ghouls. Their seat is the Rose Pavilion,
Yeah.
or possibly Rose, because I did spell it with a Z.
Zed.
The position is technically closer to Trinidad, but it lies due west, so it is basically easier for you guys to go southeast and then jog back, go around the hills. But the Rose Pavilion is a castle town with many major roads through it, so it's very easy to get back there. Again, as you guys are kind of, rolling through the countryside, you transition from wooded lands of House Alphen to House Ghouls. You start to see a wash in, vineyards, flower gardens, and hill crops.
Rad.
The castle town, the township, mixes, again, a little bit of local timber, but also plenty of red brick and cast iron reinforcement. Looking a little more modern, a little more varied in their construction types. The actual castle of the Rose Pavilion itself is very particular because it has a kind of unique octagonal shape.
Octagonal?
Yes. 8 major walls, towers connecting. Made of, again, striking red brick and brightish red pigments on the walls and towers. Stands out very strongly. Actually, did we? Yes. Lady Ghouls is there. The local industries, as we always like to run through local economics, perfumes, wines, dyes for clothing. So, lots of big colors and big smells.
Big smells.
They all kind of mix together, but, there's a lot of, essential oils, a lot of, smell of fermenting grape juice, basically, and then whatever fun stuff we're squishing down into dyes. Probably, like, always a slight, that slight undertone of that distilled alcohol scent you get.
Oh, yeah. Just tickles your nose?
Just a little bit. And, in the actual markets around the pavilion, there's they produce high-quality clothing. But also, you do notice the kind of clothes that you would think of as suitable for duelists and nobles who fight. Buff coats, gloves, boots, kind of hardy boots, kind of a thing. Even some light armors, and several sellers of bucklers and blades. You do notice, for instance, I didn't mention it, but that means it was not remarkable. But there was not a lot of pilgrims in like Rosegate area in the township.
Yeah,
because it's kind of away from the ports. This is one of the major paths up to Tredesim and Mount Trone. You can probably see it on the edge of your vision, looming above you somewhere. But so there are pilgrims, but also you see a lot of foreign mercenaries and duelists wearing the pins and braids of the Fencers Guild livery.
Okay.
And in fact, you guys probably see small cadres of Norlish of Teine Landsknecht, around, like minding their own business, in establishments, shuffling from place to place, purchasing supplies and that kind of thing, and not like stopped in the street, but like when they notice you go past, these guys do actually like, because they're some of the first of your countrymen to see you as the new Marquess. Like they will stop and snap some military salutes to Leslok and party.
I don't think exactly what he would do in return, but I feel like Leslok has at least returned the gesture.
Yeah, return the salute.
Yeah. You know, give them hearty nods. Say, good job, Ben.
Thank you, your service.
So, you guys will take a social visit to the actual castle itself. You guys know a little of Lady Rutilia. You've seen her in the background. Inos has briefly met her in close proximity before.
I love the story of how she met her husband.
Yes. Who, by the way, is in. That's Lord Dominic.
Hey!
Dominic. A distant cousin of House Verity. He is, as expected from her story, a traditional host with a scholarly bent. He's probably got, his reading spectacles and his scholar's robes.
Oh man, this boy was completely swept off his feet, I bet.
Yeah.
Rad.
I mean, if to remind people of the story is, Lady Ghouls was assigned as his bodyguard, his cavalier for some purpose, and he, they got swept up in a pirate attack, and it turned into kind of a rescue romance thing.
Why am I just? Is it bad that my first image is Grok and Revy from Black Lagoon? Just.
Well, so Lady Ghouls is known as the Thorned Rose, so I think I did say when Inos first met her that she had a reputation for being, more rambunctious and obstreperous when she was young. Nowadays, she's much more, and when you meet her, she's much more, businesslike. She's, stern. I think I described her before as, again, kind of average height, fencer's wiry build. Her hair is probably a little more of a golden red, with light eyes. And she is actually, even though it's an exotic style in Trone, she is actually a practitioner of the sword and whip style.
Oh.
Huh.
Which is probably where the Thorned Rose, appellation came from.
I know that was a thing you put in the esoterics, but
Yes, because it's pretty neato. It's a fun one. Also, both in terms of mechanics and also in terms of just lore, if you're using a whip correctly, you can cheese duels to first blood. If you just crack somebody hard enough on the cheek or the back of the hand or something, you can draw blood from. Oh, I think I even say in there how long a stock whip is. I think it's 6 feet. You're not using a really long bullwhip type whip, but even then you're still have a few feet of reach. So it has a practical concern while also being stylish. But yes, like I said, she's a little more stern and businesslike, but. Again, I don't need to make you guys roll empathy for these casual vignettes. Trust me, if you guys went somewhere where the host felt put upon for you to be there, I would let you know. I think you guys could tell. You're picking to visit the houses of, some of your closest friends and allies in Trone. So
yeah.
We're not
knocking down the stranger's
random
door.
hopes of Ferretti or Espada. We'll talk.
Hey, I have plenty of friends in Ferretti.
You have some friends in Ferretti.
That's true. I have 2 friends in Ferretti.
Although
Although
one
one
of
of
them
them
is
is
there's a few
Are they
banner or
Ferenzi?
cadet houses of Ferretti who would probably not be happy to see.
one is the heir to Ferretti, so that does help.
But aside from that,
Yes.
Inos will basically come to hang out for a little bit. Talk with Reese, maybe say hello to her sister.
Yep.
Watch them fucking bicker for a little bit.
Oh yes, no, that happens no matter what. Now that they're at home, if they bicker in public, mother will usually step in and make them go to opposite corners of the octagon for a while, kind of a thing. So their snippery probably gets a little more subtle.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. like I said, Lady Rutilia is a reasonable host, and for purely practical reasons, she thinks it's great to have her two, both currently unwed daughters, be seen in high company. Like, you know, they seem sociable and approachable, and hang out. Like I said, her husband, Lord Dominic, is more scholarly. They don't have a huge library at Rose Pavilion, but they do have some associations, like I said, with a few different arts, you know. Working with essential oils of flowers, working with flower arrangements, pressed flowers, that kind of thing. They have a long history that he kind of like, it seems like he kind of threw himself, you know, fully into that once he married into the family, kind of a thing. He was like, my new relatives have great hobbies. Your lordship, would you like to look at my collection of pressed flowers?
That'd be nice.
But yes, you know, like I said, Reese and Clavel hang out. You know, they're happy to talk to you, and you know, they want to catch up on maybe some things while you guys have been separated.
Should totally tell
Reese
her
is,
about
as always, flamboyant and a little direct. So, at some point in a quote unquote private conversation, aka when her mother isn't listening, she would probably ask the question of how happy Duke Verity was to see you.
Oh, how rude
She
do I
definitely,
want to be?
by the way, just refers to him as the Duke.
The Duke.
Yes. Oh, and what did the Duke think about that? How happy was the Duke to see you?
The Duke.
I'm sorry. I like my first man is like, well, if that stick had gone any further up his ass, it probably would have popped out his mouth. But I do not want you to say
Probably
something.
don't say that.
I will not say that.
He beat you with that stick.
He wouldn't. He's skinny.
But how do I want to say this? Because I didn't really like roll any like empathy on it or stuff. I just, you know, I'm going with vibes of he's probably not happy, but he really can't say no.
I mean, yeah, you can say that.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're vignetting. You don't got to be. Specific.
Yeah, no. Inos will just kind of give his impressions that he wasn't happy, but there wasn't much he can do about it. So we tried to, you know, make it quick.
He was a perfectly acceptable host.
Of course, yes, very acceptable. Everything, you'll find many things in Trone very perfectly acceptable, perfectly normal. Once again, if, like I said, you
There's
can
some
tell
subtext
Sienna
there.
Ulfin. She's about Kevis's age. You know, she's a healer. She's a hospitaller, so like she is clearly concerned with like the plight of normal citizens and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so she kind of seems aligned with Kevis that way. Kevis, by the way, also talking about, you know, kind of the way the House Verity traditions are a little odd. Kevis does not roll around with a Cavalier. Like,
Nope.
he does not cruise with bodyguards. You didn't see, you know, a lot of ladies in waiting or Cavaliers for his elder of his sisters, of Miss Saren you met either. Definitely when you would have seen her before, you know, because Inos has popped down for a visit. Oh yeah, and Reese will be happy to take some spars because she was too old for some of the tournaments and stuff.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and roll your sword pool of your choice.
Okay.
Did I give? No, I think because she wasn't in the tournament, Reese doesn't have stats. I have stats for her
shoot.
sister, but
Hang on one second. My oven's beeping at me. Be right back.
okay.
Keep talking though. It won't be a moment. I got my headset.
Well, first I'm gonna scroll and check. Oh no, Reese.
The
doesn't.
oven, it summons him.
Okay. I did think to give her stats ahead of time.
That'd be 3 5s.
3 5s. Okay. Almost typed roll. And I'm gonna say, yeah, 7 is body shot. She'll set her expert die to 7. Well, 2 9s, and does technically make 2 7s, but you've got a better width, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, she doesn't have any 3 width. So probably Konrad is more aggressive to scoring points.
Konrad would also probably is actually using like the rapier. He's not actually using his greatsword during this. So.
Yeah. I would say I think that probably evens out. You're probably quick to score points, but as time goes on, and she gets a little more technical, you're not as good of a rapier fencer as she is.
Not quite.
Because she does have a couple in noble dueling and like 3 ranks in the sword and fan.
Oh, she has sword and fan, rad.
Yeah. Remember, she was originally the one who inspired you to take that path and then ditch that path. Because you were like, what's radder? Chains.
probably the fan aspect that throws Konrad off the most. It's like,
yeah, you because I don't think you've sparred with her much. You guys may have seen each other in the tournament 3 years ago, but like, yeah, you're probably not expecting even with a test rapier someone to catch your blade with a reinforced fan and tip it aside, just like, oh,
it's that scene from Mulan.
But yes, to cycle back to the earlier conversation, like I said, Reese is not formally Kefis's Cavalier, but I think you guys have always gotten the impression that that's when they're out together, she kind of does that role when she's not off doing her own thing.
The way I've always associated her with the rest of House Verity is she is the heavy of the new generation.
Well, she's definitely someone more combat-oriented in a high house that is usually not very combat-oriented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, like, she's the one who makes a scene of herself, gets into fights, and, not that anybody really has any reason to pick any fights with Kefis Verity, but, if he was ever challenged to a duel, you can be sure that, like, Reese Ghouls would, like, burst out of the wallpaper to champion him, kind of a thing. Like,
are you sure about that?
like, if somebody threw a gauntlet at Kefis Verity, like, the nearest window would shatter and she would come, like, swinging in on the chandelier. Haha!
Like a wrecking ball.
Kind of a thing. And if she was already in the room, she would run outside to throw a chair through the window and jump in. But yes, no. So again, like I said, it's funny you've not consciously worked it out this way, but it is true that not only are you friends with Kefis Verity, but you are friends with most of his tightest supporters.
Perf.
Which what I was going to get at is that, like,
excellent.
Well, we should continue showing
Reese is definitely much more like Camp Kefis than anywhere else.
Well, we should make sure to show... actually, now that I think about it, the fact that we came here with Kefis and then went to go see Kefis' supporters, that might have some...
implications?
Yeah.
I mean, Nicola
I'll phrase it this way. It's not like you guys, if in a hypothetical Verity civil war with Kefis on one side and...
Wouldn't do this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
You guys are already on Kefis' side, but you are now realizing that, yes, if somebody is watching this, they may realize that you're on Kefis' side in a hypothetical civil war.
It's one of those things...
It wasn't really your plan, but that is who you're friends with.
Yeah, no, it's just, it is one of those things that, like, just thinking about it, just like, oh.
It definitely gives Kefis more, how should we say, political power.
No, that, yeah.
Well, no, it's not necessarily political power, but people might be less inclined to do something weird if it knows that Kefis Verity has, the friendship, if not the backing, of, the Marquess of Logi, one
of the direct neighbors.
Who is, like... Trone has 2 close neighbors, and they're both coastal neighbors. It's Ferretti and it's Teine.
Yeah.
I want to start a civil war.
And we've talked about this. It's one of those economic things, right?
Right.
You want food, you want wood, you want cloth, Ferretti. Like cotton type cloth. You want steel and silver, you want coal, clean coal.
That black rock.
Time, baby.
Coal train.
And also, like I've mentioned before, you guys are actually a major of wool exports, and genealogically, they do have sheep in Trone. They are imported. Those are Norlon sheep breeds. Like, sheep were not native to this island. The goats probably were native. The goats were probably like, fuck it, we swim.
Goats are that stubborn.
The
They
goats
saw the
walked
ocean
across
roar
the
and went,
water
"Fuck you."
undeterred.
I'm probably. Nah, there's probably some legend of some sea goats that came on land and was like, "We like this place. We're staying."
I love the
But yeah,
minerals.
no,
What is the sea goat? The mythical sea goat? The
Capricorn.
Capricorn. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Capricorn's a weird one where we're not really sure where the Grecian got into it. There's a lot of like new age bullshit from the 20th and 21st century about what the sea goat's supposed to represent, but I think there is just an ancient Babylonian constellation called the goatfish. We're not sure why they had a goatfish, but they were like, yo, those stars look like a goatfish, and they wrote it down.
Someone was drunk and wrote it down. Historians have to sometimes reflect the fact that maybe someone was just being fucking stupid.
This is the thing I think specifically about Greek history, because they had wine cults that people don't think about enough, that maybe some of these guys were just really fucking smashed. Because, like, we've discussed the manufacture of wine before. The, like, classical ancient era way to make wine is, like, really strong. You literally, like, water it down because it's not, like, pre-watered when you ferment it. You know, it's very concentrated in clay vessels. So, like, if you drink, you know, that's why Dionysus is the god of, like, going crazy and tearing people apart, because the wine hit different back then.
No.
That's why they thought you were possessed by the god when you drank it.
Yeah, like you know.
I wonder how many mushrooms they ground into that shit.
That I wonder if that has any like similar spiritual headspace to why the Loa in and other spirits like that in Socratic African religions seem to be so fond of booze as well.
Oh, yeah, it's like, and usually it's something. A lot of gods that are associated heavily with alcohol, like using Loa as an example, the god that's most heavily associated with alcohol in Haitian religion is the god of death. So that tells you what their relationship with, like, don't do this too much, or.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, didn't mean to tangent there, but.
You want to hand the bourbon a shot?
It was a fun tangent.
Or hand the Baron a shot of bourbon. He won't mind. Oh, and it is semi-relevant because I did mention this is while you're in Ghoul's territory, is technically wine country.
You know what? Before we leave, I am going to make a purchase of some wines and perfumes. I don't think I've actually picked up any souvenirs.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'll take some home.
Your local meal, spring salad, a mixture of greens, berries, roasted seeds, and, you know, sprinkled with some shredded cheese and edible flowers.
Ooh.
Fried fish served in a pepper and rose-based sauce. A little rose water in there, so a little spicy.
Nice.
And the dessert will be lokum, which most people probably know as Turkish delights, which is a sugar-based gum, and it's flavored with rose, bergamot, or lemon.
So good, you might just sell out your entire family for it.
That was magically delicious. And I prefer the lemon flavor to the rosewater flavor, because rosewater is a strange flavor as an American, but I've had Turkish Delight before. It's pretty good. Especially with the powdered sugar on top. And for drinks, in addition to wines, there would also be lemonade mixed with rosewater.
Ooh, that sounds delightful.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Very refreshing. So yeah, Inos will pick up a couple of souvenirs. Any purchases or skulking around the town you want to do? And if not,
No.
Did I ever own a Barrett deck?
I don't remember if you said you did. You might have said you wanted to pick one up when you guys first got to Trone. Because I've mentioned before that there are a lot of occult shops and knickknacks on the way.
Pick up one now.
Right. Easily done.
Learn to read the cards.
the cards are the means by which all is revealed.
The cards will tell your past, your present, and your future as well. Don't take any sinner's hands.
What is the center, though, in this case?
Well, if you meet a shady guy reading cards, played by Keith David's beautiful singing voice, you know what's up.
I mean, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, listen.
I apologize, Omega. If anyone speaks like Keith David, they will immediately hypnotize me. I am lost.
Okay, listen.
You're just gonna choose to auto lose.
Okay,
Keith David's here.
let me tell you something a wise man. Let me tell you something a wise man once said. You gotta be careful, like those pretty guys before they whip it out. You know, their songs.
Okay, all right. Respectable chucklehead. That means that you guys are going, continuing west to the lands of House Martlet. Their major holding is Procura, also known as the Roost. If you can't say that word, that I think I fucking kludged two French words together.
I'd have to see what it looks like. I guess.
That's a word too. Kludge.
Pekka, that's a VTuber.
Okay.
No.
Kludge is a great word, but no, it's it's like perquire, but there's an extra OR in there, so perquire.
Record. I don't say it.
So, like I said, they call it the Roost if you can't say all that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Are you kidding me?
Martlet, being a long-standing Banner house, controls basically the western chunk of Trone. While you guys saw the eastern side of the island has a lot of rivers, forests, lakes, and even small swamps. The western side, both the southwest and the west-west, are lots of rolling hills and even island flatland. So the Martlet territory is low hills and open fields. They're in the middle of spring planting. You can see a wide variety of crops here. They ranch, as mentioned before, goats, sheep, and even some small cattle and horse breeds. Not like, big, tough, oxen or horse, but, like I said, some small in there. Perquire itself is not a huge city, but it is a pretty robust city and obviously is quite well off. If you guys were the kind to, read other people's travel logs, which I suspect at least Leslok is, but if that's the kind of, reading style you're into, anybody who visits this town is going to talk about its architecture. Because it is pretty varied and in-depth. Obviously, you're going to see more of the red brick style structure, but there's also some rustic or rough-hewn stonework. There is also some stone brickwork that has been carefully handcrafted to look rustic. Our favorite trick. More wrought iron accents, but also lots of white marble and various, earth tone stucco kind of accents.
Ayo, stucco.
Yes. And there are a lot of elegant and beautiful interconnected galleries and arcades. So, swaths of arches and domes and roofs over everything. Covered either by ceramic tiles or even a few of them use stained glass panes. So you guys, can walk between buildings of, shops or inns or whatever, but instead of being shadowed overhead, there's gently extending sunlight.
Good.
There is a large, elegant cathedral. Several hundred years old here.
Oh, you said elegant. I had elegant.
No, it does not have Tron lines. I think
Thank
either
you.
way you'd have flying buttresses though.
No! You can't see it. I put my arms up and did that fucking emo pose.
But as expected from what I've talked about the house, lots of fine conservatories, workshops, and art studios because the major quote-unquote industry here is fine arts. So there are, studios for painters and sculptors, and there are a lot of music schools.
Yeah.
The largest institution is the Schola Symphonia, which is probably the largest and most prestigious musical university in all Troycaron.
That's pretty rad. Actually, for Summer Court, maybe we should like send a message down here and purchase like artwork and see if we can get like some musicians. Probably be the closest ones.
Not a bad
Not a
idea.
pin in that one. More traditional industries, though, is manufacture and stretching of canvas for artwork. You know, making canvas cloth.
Ah, okay.
And also, they also have a strong emphasis on colors, but instead of like dyes for clothing, like you guys would have seen in House Ghouls, paint pigments
I was about to
is
say
the big one
paints.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can buy lots of like mineral compounds to either make into your own
that can be
pigments
nice
or
if you
buy
do.
them in premixed paints. They also produce a lot of ink here. Either what I mentioned before, iron gall ink, which is you take oak gall, which is from certain kinds of oak seeds, and mix it with iron filings basically to make black ink.
Okay.
Or they make more artistic but black ink sticks from which is what you make out of like lamp black. You literally take very fine like soot or charcoal dust and mix it with a little bit of water and a binding agent, and that makes ink sticks.
Okay.
They also produce a variety of musical instruments, and on the off chance you guys ever wanted a brush for artistry or maybe a fine quill pen, got a lot of that industry. By the way, traditional materials for paintbrushes in this time would be fox hair or hog hair. Actually,
Not
horsehair would be
Oh.
very fine, very rare.
Fox hair, though, huh?
Yeah. No, I did actually double check, but that is apparently what, like, for instance, Renaissance era brushes they were making them out of.
Interesting.
So, I believe only Konrad would have met Lady Martlet, Teine.
Yes.
So to kind of introduce to the rest of you, your crew, she is also a pleasant host. She's a little more, basically, out of the three, you know, lords you've met, Lord Reynard was, you know, pleasant but pragmatic. You know, he extended you all the due courtesy of a host, but also didn't try to get in your way because he's like, yeah, I know you're here to see my daughter because, you know, social meetings.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not need me for anything, I shall fade into the woods. And then he put on his, you know, ghillie cloak and said, I'm going ghost, and disappeared.
Hey, that's my automatic shout out.
Lady Ghouls was like also a welcome host, but like I said, she is much more, you know, stern, professional.
Also, a little bit more pragmatic. It's like, yes, come speak to my daughter, so all may know that we are associated with the House Logi.
Yes. Yeah. You know, we know our social cues. Lady Teine is, again, pleasant, but bombastic, dramatique. I suspect that her and Inos will get along quite well, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, my boy, you have a penchant for theater, yes. And
Chauncey's also here with us, so
yes. And she has a little bit more of a discerning eye for the, you know, extravagant. Like I said, their house is clearly very wealthy, but not necessarily as like secured or labor intensive. This kind of thing where, like I said, you know, you saw a decent number of foreign mercenaries, duelists on the streets in the Rose Pavilion. There are still foreign mercenaries, mostly drawn from the Norlish here. You do not necessarily see them milling in the streets, though. You see them, like, at work. Like, they are, you know, guarding the doors of minor nobles and members of the household's, you know, territory. They are standing outside, you know, the banks and the merchant houses kind of a thing. Like, they're on the clock here.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband, who is your first meeting, and I just decided to give him, just normal ass name. He's Albert Bartlett.
Albert.
I always second guess myself. Did I spell theater guilds the normal way or with the theatre? I think I spelled it the normal theater way. He is also. I should re-describe Lady Teine physically as well. She is, a little shorter. She is, well-fed, shall we say? Little round of figure, but still clearly has the ability to, get out there and, God help you if you want to hear, hit you with a high note. She can shatter crystal if she feels like it, kind of a thing.
Whoa.
Kind of, short, medium brown hair and eyes, and like I said, dresses very well. Probably has like a fur stole at all times, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Though again, certainly while her demeanor is more theatrical, she is also the dean of the Scholar Symposium. So like, depending on where you guys go with this, you might see more of her professorial, her mentor and teacher's side. But her husband, Lord Albert, is, probably, I want to say, like, a head taller than his wife, similarly built figure, got a robust, medium tone beard, little bit of gray in his hair as well. He is, like I said, a little more pragmatic than his wife, but he's very upfront. He is a playwright and ranked in the theater guild. So he has a background as, an actor, a playwright, manager for the theater. And like I said, definitely, like, if you want to, this is why I said put a pin in it. If you ever at any point have a conversation that turns to Summer Court, he is absolutely going to be there. And like, between Inos and Leslok, he's definitely going to be like, oh, well, we're rehearsing a play or two, never before seen. A couple of premieres, maybe? Summer Court premieres?
Do we don't have a lot of. Well, in Stoneharp, do we have a theater to hold such a thing?
Yeah, I believe you have a theater house. Because you've talked about that theater and that sort of thing is one of Enos's hobbies.
Okay.
Probably make sure
some manageable facilities.
we should probably make sure it actually can take the capacity we're probably expecting.
Well, they might just have to do multiple shows. I don't know.
That's fair.
In a pinch, as always, depending on you guys, again, have not really put a lot of effort into checking what your local theater troops are like. But if you can find some who are in it for the craft, you guys have a big courtyard. Roll out a stage in the middle of the keep courtyard in the quad.
Maybe. But no, Enos will definitely...
Shakespeare in the Park.
Yes, Shakespeare in the Park.
We'll definitely mention, yes, that'd actually be good. We'd probably also be looking for maybe some music troops and maybe some artwork. Enos will definitely firmly say they are not going to finalize anything today, though. We will be in contact soon enough as we move forward with plans, but we will definitely be in touch. Our people will call your people.
Yes. And like I said, for Lord Albert, he has a little bit of undertone there of like, if his wife like gets on his case for like, oh, dear, you're trying to sell your plays again, we just got guests. He's like, no, listen, our houses are very close. It's well known, Konrad and Renna are in courtship. They're courting. They're seen out and about in the town. It's a pretty normal thing, they got to be closer. We can, hammer out this close alliance kind of a thing. And like I said, unless somebody wants to introduce the conversation that way, I don't think either party is in a rush to discuss once again hammering out, the wedding and the various type of things? And for some reason, I strongly suspect that Konrad is not interested in, broaching that subject on his own right now.
Let's all go see a play or something. Yeah.
Trust me, yeah, no. But like I said,
He's like tugging at his collar.
I think that again, talking about without even needing to roll, just to keep you guys kind of abreast of where your political situation is. Obviously, like, the family members in the house are for it. And I do want to say that, like, obviously, House Martlet is not hurting for heirs. That you have met Rena and her second sister, Aelith. She has a third sister who you would not have met because she's only 11, but she is Merletta. A name derived from a blackbird. And I do suspect that she is probably a little... like, maybe a little like, darker haired and darker colored eyes than her two elder sisters who are more, a little more normal in the brunettes. Yeah, I'm just making sure she's in the Dramatis as well. So like I said, they're not pressed or anything, but there is, social conventions and... I'm trying to think. Would Lady Teine be... No, she's met Konrad before, so she probably doesn't want to put him on the spot, but... okay, we'll have you guys roll. Roll me an empathy. Pick up the vibes.
Vibe check.
Who can read the situation?
Let's see here.
Actually have this now.
Vibes,
The
all right.
last time we met.
Is this something that I already know about, or should I roll also?
Yes, this would be new information. You can roll as well.
Aha!
I got
2 sevens.
twos.
I think I got it straight. No, I got nines.
Nines.
Everyone is picking up what she's putting down. And she wants grandchildren.
No, she wants commitment.
Twos. I mean, those things could already be assumed. No. And the reason why I let Konrad roll on this is because this is new, is that, like... I mean, on the one, like... This is a plus, but also a concern for her because, as I said, she has a, theatrical, bombastic, extravagant personality. Their estates are very well defined. I have not read you the meal list yet, but the meal at House Martlet is going to be your most decadent yet.
Decadent.
So on the one hand, a plus-wise for the Alliance. Sorry, my voice is cracking because I've hit the end of my water bottle.
Oh no.
The hydration must be paused for the time being. So, like, strength of the Alliance, and, talking about summer court and stuff. Well, Konrad, your brother, the Marquess, has got a royal marriage upcoming. He's affianced. You guys don't know what that wedding is going to look like yet, but presumably it's going to be fairly fancy. You've got even if she's, fifth in line, you've got a princess marrying the head of a high house. So, like, on the one hand, that's cool. That's great. That, if regardless, again, of the issue of, like, if Konrad were to go to House Martlet or Rena were to go to his branch of House Logi, that's good. You guys, Logi's in with the royal family. However, that also means that Teine Martlet would like a bit of a spectacle as well. So, like, again, this is where I think she doesn't want to put any pressure on Konrad because she knows she's met him before. She kind of knows how he feels about things. And also, you guys have literally, like, it's been what, like 2 months, a month and a half since you spoke to her.
Yeah.
So she knows that, like, you were away in the capital. There's not, like, anything you could have done besides, win the Grand Melee and, hang out with the Crown Prince. Look like a cool guy.
Cool dudes, TM.
Cool dudes.
But, again, you guys all of you did succeed, I think. So you guys all get the sense that, like, it's your eldest daughter, currently heir of her house. She would even if the the practical value to her house is not the same. You can tell that she's looking for a little bit of the theatrical, the little bit of the big spark. So, she is perfectly content to continue along the alliance, but you can tell that she's already got ideas and plans in her head of like, what her expectations are. Anyway, as I said before, your repasts served are going to be a little extra jazzy. Appetizers, oysters served with lemon ice.
Is that lemon nice or lemon ice?
No, it's lemon nice.
Oh, lemon knives. Okay.
No. Ice.
Oh, I actually
Got him.
I was like, oh yeah, the lemon knives. Okay, I believe you.
Well, I do think that you could cut lemon slices in a knife format. No, it's shaved ice with lemon flavor.
Rad.
Blackbird pie, which is not necessarily it does involve blackbirds, but also you can get a little theatrical with like bits of birds sticking out for the funny. Also another fun one, broiled octopus with grilled bread.
They have octopus here?
Yeah.
Wild.
Broiled? Huh.
Oh yeah, you can. And yeah, if you've never eaten octopus, the pulpo, then yes, no, like I said, very, very theatrical.
Devilfish.
I've had takoyaki before.
Well, I mean, in character.
Oh.
Yeah,
but yeah, they are. Remember them. I mentioned this before. Martlet controls the western chunk of the island, going all the way to the coast. So yeah, no,
they get that seafood.
The pulpo.
Octopus is a weird thing to eat. It's very
chewy. It's super fucking chewy.
It's because they're mostly cartilage. That's why I said it's broiled. Like it's not like they don't go for like frying it in oil per se, but they do put it in water with some seasonings and broil it up. And like I said, they serve it to you with little. I mean, I said grilled bread, so basically kind of like a crouton type. Like you slice or otherwise cut up bread and grill it up.
The best thing I thought was new Ujo.
And for dessert, a rich, decadent sponge cake.
Ooh, sponge cake.
Sweet flavorings. Shaved carob, vanilla oil, that kind of thing.
Look at him go!
Yeah, I know.
It's like he's looking back at himself. He's like, is he still following me?
I mean, octopus. I would like to remind everybody: the octopus is an incredibly intelligent animal.
It is.
Yes.
Yep. They're also very good
octopus
if they put their mind to it.
No, I'm dead.
The fact that they just added the emote face to it.
But yes, if there were any specifics with House Martlet you guys wanted to bring up.
No, Inos mentioned Martlet because I think it would be remiss if we visited the other two and then stopped by Martlet as... While Inos is definitely friends with Rias and Senna, his association with Rena is much more by association because they are a trio.
Yep, we're introduced that way.
Yep. But
Konrad would do his best to at least spend a little time talking and getting to know the other family members that he hasn't met before. So definitely Albert and even if only briefly, the youngest daughter. Just
Inos would probably not overstay his welcome and leave Konrad to have some more private time with the family and maybe go see a bit of the sights in the town because it looks like this is a pretty rad place.
Oh yeah. No, like I said, this is a town of art. So there's guys with hats turned up playing instruments on the street corner for coins. There's probably places where you just hear people practicing like choir singing, out the windows kind of shit.
Rad. But yes, no, Inos will make sure he spends a socially appropriate amount of time and then a little bit more, but then we'll make his exit.
Yep. Yes, I think, the Konrad can get his, due diligence of socializing, get to meet the people.
Mm-hmm. You haven't met. Spend some time. Probably catch some small private moments with Rena, like have her show you around the estate or walk around town or something.
Yeah. Would be nice.
It is the present pleasant springtime. It is also the present springtime, but that's not as useful of a sentence, me. But yes, if there's no other things we want to hit,
Nope.
that's your vignettes. You've wined, dined, socialized, clapped hands, bumped fists.
Woo.
Konrad even got to trade blows.
Yeah.
And so you guys would make your way back to Saints Quay to board the Sea Wolf and go home.
Rad.
Yay!
Yay.
Yeah, it's like, again, 2 or 3 days depending on the wind back to the Bident. Any last minute character stuff you guys want to have before you guys again get back home and we're gonna be taking meetings.
Yep.
Yes. No, Loth. It's been so hard not to do it.
I know.
The producers, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's not.
I instantly could tell when Loth said that's what you meant.
It was just like, nope, this is going on YouTube.
Yep, can't say it.
It's also completely irrelevant right now.
It
Chad,
is.
well, I mean, when has ever that stopped us?
This has never stopped me.
Exactly
before,
what I was
Axe.
thinking too, Omega.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
we're making
that
a
has
music
never
reference.
stopped
When has
me.
that ever stopped us? But
No,
if the people at home
it's
know
the-
the producers, they know what we're talking
If YouTube
about.
wouldn't be very sad, I would do it, but I don't want to get Omega in trouble.
Anyway,
Anyway,
the boat raid.
I would like to have a conversation with the Marquis.
Okay. Yes.
So, Inos will at some point slide into Leslok's DMs. And he is going to...
Never mind. Is it just like a long stride? It's not. It's not. Moving on.
No, just imagine that like you are you're like relaxing on the railing and no footsteps or anything, just the sound of squeaking. Inos just slides into frame, also leaning on the railing.
Also, that gift is very apt.
I was also thinking of that one.
Dun 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 dun.
Sit down, Sorry.
Never even watched that movie. I just know that reference.
Oh no, I don't even know what the movie's called. I just know that literal one scene.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
I am more coordinated than that.
Back to the conversation.
Back to the conversation.
Power slide into frame.
But as Inos approaches him, Inos is going to flip a coin to the Marquis and be like, "Cuz a crown for my thoughts." So, finally, after, what has it been, like a month-ish?
About give or take a week.
I'll just say fucking month, I don't care. After about a month of traveling, visiting, and so many things, finally on the way home, you, the Marquis, wearing big pants now, aren't you, cuz?
It's been like that for a while, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel?
Excited, worried, and I guess concerned.
About?
About guess the future. The conspiracy. Actually, I had to go tell Conti about that in a bit.
Oh, we can wait for that when we get home. Trust me, there's going to be plenty of things to talk about when we get home. But there's only some things we can talk about now. You've learned a lot. You've learned a lot on this journey, cuz. Places of power, modern ley line theory, the syndicate, witches in swamps. You know, yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a bit of a burden, isn't it, cuz?
Can be, but I'm not doing this alone.
That's right, you're not. But this is the main point I want to get in. When we get back, we are going to hold a meeting. A big-ass meeting. You don't get a say in this. We're having a big-ass meeting because we need to get everyone caught up to speed. We have a lot to do, and I mean a lot. When we arrive, we'll be sending out runners to Aunt Yibel, call the banner houses, and you are going to greet. They're going to greet you as their new Marquis, and we're going to hash out a bunch of things. The question is, how much do you want to tell them? We haven't necessarily been open about what we saw down in Loki's labyrinth, nor what we have found, or really our findings on the syndicate. It's like, you know me, cuz I'm on your side no matter what. It's like, the brain. I just had a brain fart.
I think depending on who is there and how many are there, because I think what people we could tell about the labyrinth are different than the people we would tell about the syndicate.
Are you sure about that? This is like the meeting is going to be between the banners, those lords who are supposed to be the most loyal to you. If you cannot tell them, who could you tell?
Make a point.
And it's like, Inos will, jerk his head to over where, probably, Lucy's probably over by the helmsman. So it's like, bleh. And so like, she has, fought to keep you safe, It's like, think others. Same with, a lot of the other young heirs that'll be inherited the households. It's like whether you tell the old lords or the lords to be, you can't keep it secret forever, cuz.
No, you have a point again. They should.
I'm not saying you have to.
At least all the banners should know about what's going on with our land. What I guess old Logi told us.
It's like I'm not saying you have to, get all of them working on it, but let them know that there may be something strange going on in the world, and that you have a lead on it. This is the important because you have a lead, which will also be very helpful explaining why we're patroning an eccentric professor from the observatoire.
That again makes sense.
And why we might be going to investigate weird ass places that no one has been for a while.
Again, yes.
Inos will, indeed chuckle at that. It's like, sometimes they say it is better to, beg forgiveness than ask permission, but sometimes letting people know ahead of time saves a lot of people a lot of headache.
Sometimes you just do both.
Yeah.
Because, don't worry about it too much. Like I said, we'll be right there with you. Me, Konrad, Logesh, maybe Nicola, I'm not sure. We got this. I found it, yeah?
I think we do.
No, cuz. No, I think we got this.
I know we can handle this.
Exactly. A positive mindset is the beginning of everything.
But I guess it's important.
Wake up in the mirror and point to yourself, I can do this. I believe in me.
And gosh dang it, people like me.
Yeah,
My first thought is to say people like grapes.
Yes, I feel great. I feel good. I can do this.
I guess the situation is. I'm trying to think about all the things we have about. Let's see. Besides catching things up to speed, we have the wedding to prepare for. We have all of the summer court projects and the fair, and checking every facet for summer court will actually be capable.
Oh,
We then
like I
have
said-
to make sure about food, and then land.
Cuz, let me give you a helpful tip here. Don't try to come up with everything yourself. We're gonna have the banners there. They're gonna have all sorts of aspects ready to throw at you. You won't have to necessarily think of everything yourself. Let other people think for you. Trust me, it's okay. People are not as stupid as you think, cuz, as much as you like to think so. This is a joke, by the way.
Okay. Oh god.
It's like you're already gonna have enough on your plate just running the marsh. Don't put on additional burden that you don't have to. Again, we say delegate.
Yeah, I was just thinking if we
Yeah,
had
but you guys just sorry to interrupt, but I don't know why I'm asking you. I'm the one with the fucking notes, but I'm like, what's your guys' sovereignty score? It's like 3, I think.
Yeah.
You guys in strike zone? Yeah, you got delegation.
Yeah.
I was also going to work on upping it as soon as I was going to play the groundwork, just getting that, upping that, honestly. So see.
Ugh.
Yeah. But, it's also because Leslok is trying to remember, like, it's trying to think of, like, what is everything we'd have to cover in all the meetings. It's like, I think that's most of it, unless I'm missing something.
Oh, there's a lot more, my dude, but this is what I'm saying.
There's also Nicola's deal. Nicola's ordeal.
Well, you know what's funny?
Deal.
Considering how long we've gone, you could probably write down a list and come bring it up next time.
Oh, God.
Wait, what's my deal?
Your
Talk about
actual
last
deal. You're starting a company.
Heresy.
Oh, that
Not
thing.
that one.
Yeah.
Company part.
I don't know. The
Well,
company
yes.
might-
Also, it's like midnight, and we have been recording for like 3.5 hours. So, we will probably start fresh with you guys getting back to Stonehearth and starting to Ducks Row, etc.
The boys are back in town.
All right, but Inos
I
will
can talk.
slap the Marquess on the back and be like, "Don't think too hard, cuz," and go off.
Just want Leslok to just say under his breath, "Oh, it's so easy." Just like, don't think too hard, cuz. Man. Just do the like
That was
slow
easy.
fade into gray.
Looks up to the sky. Wow, it's so easy.
But
I just think about the thing of being like, I wish I was a raven, but damn, you're a spider. Damn, you're like the best spider I've known.
He's kind of spidery. He can even climb.
listen, the two spells, two of the spells I do want from Summercraft are the spider-related ones. What was it, like Silk Tongue?
His webs are chains.
Yep.
Listen,
Silk Tongue
a good
and,
face is always
Silk
the one that actually spins the web and just knows a lot of fuck ton of people.
Anyway,
Might be. Anyway.
there was some.
Anybody else on boat?
I got
On?
something.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else got anything? Since
I was gonna make a check
want-
to make another ring.
Okay, yeah, you got a boat trip.
I want to
see
get
that.
Conti, I think. I think Warrior's up to speed, I think. Or at least... I don't know if I'm getting Conti up to speed and explaining all the stuff we figured out.
You can do that.
Nicola is probably just finishing up his schematics, just so he can get an army.
Wait, what's the intensity I need for?
If Konrad's up for it, Logesh would like to do some, I guess, practice sparring.
sure.
It's only
I mean,
yoga.
sparring is practice, but yeah, but just get familiar with how the weight and feel of
Argent Light.
fuck. Thank you. I almost said Arendite. No, Argent Light.
No,
thank
that's
you.
the real one. Ours is like-
I know. I had a moment.
Does any of your practice sparring involve shooting sorceress blasts from your sword?
No, fuck no.
You should practice.
So we're not
that,
practicing
though.
that part. Got it.
You should practice
No.
that though.
But not
I said
here,
the
not on
way you
boat.
feel of it.
Okay, you should go
It's
find.
gonna be. I assume Argent Light feels different than a normal longsword or rapier. That's why he's doing it.
Yeah. It is balanced like a longsword, but like I said, it does feel a little bit different because it's made of different materials, and also it's magic.
Yeah.
Yes, you make a ring of fire.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
I'm thinking of the bit from Finding Nemo.
Yeah, but Konrad will be sparring with you with a spear.
Yes. And to be fair, I was originally going to say I spawned with the stick I found, but then I went, wait, no, I've picked up a new sword I need to learn how to use.
You need to also it's like do something cool with it. It's a ranged attack, I think.
One of these days, but yeah, no, just don't need to telegraph things.
But there are a few more things I want to do. I don't know if we should do them now or not, because I did want to talk to Lucy about what her future plans are and whether or not Inos is in them. I heard that chuckle.
Yeah. Well, you're role playing very well. You sound so trepidatious. Yeah, we don't need to make it a big deal. I don't want to rob you of role playing opportunities. But,
we don't have to. I'll probably flub it
also,
anyway.
Yeah. This is
Well, that does kind of tie into what Konrad was going to do, because he was going to try and grab Inos at some point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so. Yeah, Inos, so concerned with all of us. I was just wondering if, do you want anything to get off your chest? I mean, we've traveled around the world a bit, I can keep secrets if that's your concern. But, feel, should be there for you for that, so. Since you're trying to help me so often.
Well, unfortunately, because that's because I'm a nosy bitch. Can't leave things well alone,
Yes, I know this.
Inos, kind of looks out of her horizon and goes, see, because the reason why I usually don't tell people about my problems is because generally I don't think people can really do anything about them. It's like, oh yes, there's something to be said about camaraderie and commiserating and whatnot, but at the end of the day, excuse me, sorry, carbonation. At the end of the day, I have to solve my problems myself.
You're right, but what I've found whenever you talk to me is just talking about them helps. Even if it's just sometimes getting you to think about them from a different angle or something like that.
True
or
enough.
maybe just sometimes making them seem not quite as serious as they once did.
Oh, but what so happens if it seems that they become way more serious than they are first seem?
Well, then I'm there to help.
Oh, fine enough. Well, if I guess I was to say there's only a couple things on my mind. One being, I'm an iron demon. I hang out in the realms of men a lot. Sometimes people look at me funny and not in the, oh my god, he's so sexy kind of way.
Yeah, I noticed that a little bit at Astrakan.
Yes. The High King is making moves, and seems to be a pretty alright chap, but not everyone's going to be of the same mind of him. Again, this is one of those things of not much to do about that. I just make sure I am graceful and charming and theatric wherever I go, and people have a good impression of me. But there's going to come a time when I would like my people to be able to be out there in the rest of the realms of man and not be considered strange. It's one of those problems that has no real answers and has no real timetables for being solved. Would you believe that, less than a month ago, I thought I had to take over the Iron Demons, become the king, and declare that we will be a kingdom unto ourselves?
No, not really. I wouldn't. You didn't give any indication that you were thinking that, though. Well, do remember my brother looking pale after talking to you at one point, but I figured that was something dealing with his wedding.
Oh, it was. I basically bullied him into giving up part of his land in payment for the pin. I've already told him to throw that deal out the window, as it was foolish of me to do so. Funnily enough, it was when we went to Whirlwind Keep and we learned of a High King's Winner's accomplishment I realized I was a fool about that. You don't...
You did a whole lot of stuff.
It turns out that people don't just follow you because you say you're gonna do something cool. You have to be a powerful person in the first place before people will follow you. Whether that's in charisma, strength, knowledge. I am charming, yes, but I don't know if I can move a nation with my words alone.
Well, plenty of time to find out.
Indeed. As I said, I've decided to take a longer look on that and see more what's to have. And I know this is probably what you've been angling for, asking me these pointed questions, but you're probably curious about my love life, aren't you?
Well, everyone knows about my love life, so I think it's only fair.
Mine's national.
At last, his secret is revealed.
So I think I did want to say one thing about your concerns about your people. I mean, I know you've lived with us for a while, and I don't really consider you any different than anyone else. Sure, you look different, but I feel like you're the same inside, somewhat. But
Somewhat, he says.
Well, there's certain
I
things about Inos that are unique.
I mean, I can't suddenly grow horns or anything, so. But well, my one thought is that I have visited your home a bit more than I think the rest of the family has, and I don't know how much more of your people feel the same way that you do. Seems like some of them like being as secluded like that, so I don't know.
Cuz, does a pig born in captivity know the outside world?
No, but I would consider your people more knowledgeable outside world than a pig would be.
Pigs can be rather intelligent. They'll be able to see the outside. They can see, outside the fence. They can see the things coming and going, but are they interested in said things?
I think Dow's tripped on something.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. I was just saying that's the only thing I can think of to directly address those concerns. So,
oh no, trust me, cuz I have thought about this a long time. Yes, my people might be content in the seclusion, but that's because they don't know what's outside of it. They have not seen the world. They do not know what joys are to be had out there, or the trials. They have not seen the ocean have ridden out a storm. They have not been attacked by pirates. They have not attended the Festival of the Dragons. They have not seen the Marrakeches, the Celticy. They have seen none of that, so how do they know they are happy with what they have?
that's a fair point. Just, yeah, and I think you're doing what is probably best, just showing them what's out there, and then letting them decide. I'm assuming that you're going to let them decide and not go all Demon King on them.
Honestly, I still might want to be the Demon King. It just sounds nice.
I know.
Because I might have to be a Demon King if I want to maybe enter a romantic relationship with the princess. The third princess of men. You know, third in line for the throne. That's...
Well, 2 high ranks above Rissa.
It's big.
It's big.
The Iron Demon, well, other than obviously the Tacita, have the Iron Demons ever had a unified ruler? Have they, like... I can think of at least one time when they would have needed one during, not the Battle of 13.
War of the Nine.
War of the Fallen?
War of the Fallen. Or no, not the War of the Fallen. It's when they wiped out the other house on...
Oh no,
Yeah,
that was the War of the Fallen. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just making sure I was... Yeah.
They canceled the Umbral Calamity.
But, well, generally, no. Like I said, Iron Demons were generally content with our 9 princes. They each handle an aspect of our life. And things, and going accordingly. If I was to become a demon king, I wouldn't strip the princes of their titles. They'd still be doing exactly what they were doing. I would just be one person above them, someone to guide our people maybe along a different route. But I wouldn't necessarily change over much on what we did.
Yeah, that's fair. I had never thought about it that way, but like if there was another time when there was someone like that, then there would be precedent.
Well, unfortunately, there's not. But times are changing.
Unless there is,
I don't know. Roll.
Gotta go deep in the back.
So about your love life now, and that will be the transition to where we can skip the rest, unless you have anything else to say. So.
Yes, but no, yes, my love life is, well, for lack of a better word, greedy. I'm a demon of greed, because I don't hold back on what I want, and I desire it strongly. That whether it be food, gold, wine, luxuries, women, love.
Well, as long as you can sustain them, I mean.
Well, it's not a matter of just sustaining them. 'Cause a man in the streets challenged me to a duel because I've given Princess Estelle a fabulous gift, but I was seen in a scene with another woman. Both whom I cherish greatly. Stones and Shadow, 'cause the captain of the ship is someone that I have had intimate relationships with, and I don't plan to necessarily stop.
Yes, and, well, in the end, I could mince words, probably make them sound nicer, but as I said before, as long as you can maintain the relationship with them and they are all happy, then...
That's the thing, cuz that's not necessarily in my control. What other people say and think about our relationship has just as much importance as it is what I do. You would think that, as long as everyone in the relationship is happy, whole, and hale, no one should really care about what they're doing. But no, that's the exact opposite. Everyone has to know what people are getting on with others, especially behind closed doors. I don't know why, it seems utterly daft, but there it is. Apparently it's impolite. It's not seen as gentlemanlike behavior to be, openly affectionate with multiple partners. Even though, again, it should be none of the business.
I still feel like that dude would have challenged someone else in the cast if they were outside that day.
Well, let's see how to put this. Sodom. Who cares what they think? I mean, I know that the whole world might not agree with it, but, things change. It's not like... I mean, it's only because it's the princess. Like, do you think people complain about how many wives Baron Oro has?
Honestly, probably yes. Because remember, marriage and things are not just things of romance, but they're also things of alliance. If I was to marry the third princess, that means that someone out there basically missed a chance to align themselves closer with the royal house.
Yes.
And then, if we double down on that said person was just a common iron demon, well, then those people might feel insulted over it. And then we add on top of that said iron demon is also going around winning the affections of other women, which, by then, makes the relationship with the third princess seem not as important by comparison. And we have a whole can of worms. Like I said, I would love to be able to say I don't give a fuck and whisker off on a whirlwind romance, but I can't, because the three women I love are all very important. Lucy is the Lord of House Biden, who is very important to Nolan, rules the Biden, carries our ships. Honestly, probably the best captain we have at the moment. Not the Luke as the heir of her house, very important. And I could tell right now that she loves her lands and wants to keep it safe. And let's not even get into Princess Estelle, who, well, she might not be the most overly ambitious, but she definitely has her own plans and is very highly placed. Trust me, cuz, I have thought about this long and hard, and there is no easy answer.
That's fair.
I don't know what CO is.
We just then...
Don't worry.
Well... You're right, I don't have an answer. But all I can say is that I'll always be there to help you try and find the answer.
That I appreciate, cuz. Talking to you like this reminds me that I need to actually talk to Lucy. I haven't really spoken to her of our affections and our future. She is the lady of her house, and which means she probably should, marry to find an heir, but...
Well, it's not like there is an example of someone having two wives that you're very aware of.
I know, cuz.
No stopping her from, I guess, technically having two husbands.
That's true.
If you're willing to go that way. So
it can keep chaining. It can keep going.
Well, I mean, I don't think we've actually discussed that, but it's chaining to multiple married, people married on multiple sides, make it a little complex legally.
Yeah,
I wasn't technically referring to that in that way, but yeah.
No, I'm just
In response, I
we brought that
chain
part up. Making the joke about chaining. If you're starting to chain marriages, that might get a little weird.
Yeah.
No. It's all like...
Marriage chain combo.
No, I wouldn't. Fuck that. What? What is this?
It's a W thing, I think.
But it's like, no, I would not be like. I was like, Inos, scoffs. It's like, no, I wouldn't begrudge Lucy finding another husband, even having another person she loved. It's like it'd be a hypocrisy of the greatest order if I'm over here chasing three women and I get jealous over one of the sources of my affection finding joy in another. But it's still just one of those things of appearances and all that stuff. And fun fact, cuz as good as I am as talking about my feelings, especially to, those important to me, it doesn't come to me the greatest. I tried having a heart-to-heart with, Estelle's Paloma. I tried having a heart-to-heart with Paloma Espada, and oof, I think I creeped her out a little bit with that one. If I remember correctly, she said, and I quote, "Inos, you're up here right now. I need you down here." Quite embarrassing, that one.
I think something has been lost in context, but I'll say sure.
Oh no! When he says up here, down here, Enos will do like the gesture of like with his hand, or like above his head, and like bring it down to his chest.
Dramatic.
Yeah. But
okay, I guess that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's all right.
Head stuff, heart stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm just chilling back here, so my.
Yep.
I think it was probably better than the one with Lady Chevelle because I didn't just go straight out. Hey, what do you feel about the prince? You got a boink? I know you didn't say it like that, but
it felt like that, and she laughed. She laughed like it was like you said it like that.
Mm.
And then we grab Nicola and toss him off the barge. No,
Into the fire.
You will sink immediately.
I know plenty of writers who use subtlety, and they're all cowards.
Nicola died.
They're also still
7
alive.
years ago.
They're also still alive.
But yes, but I think those are probably my two realist worries. Everything other than that is figuring out what we're gonna do with the syndicate, summer court, figuring out modern ley lines, the usual things.
Need to build a castle.
Yes,
I do.
I forget. Has Konrad talked about the castle thing at all? I don't remember.
I mean, I think the castle grounds have come up before.
The castle grounds have come up. I think I've mentioned it before, but I don't think Konrad has mentioned his idea of requesting lordship over that land. But he has probably mentioned like he needs some land to like be able to actually
Yeah. I think the two thoughts have come up separately. Basically, you've shown interest in the castle, and you've talked about in general, you need some titles and some lands for some stuff.
Yeah, well,
once we get back, we can just have the Marquess grant you some stuffy old castle that no one's using, and we can make a project of renovating it.
I should have old fucking Brett's.
Actually, thinking about the one out by Lorelei Rock, actually.
Lorelei Rock, eh? Lorelei Rock. Isn't that one kind of broken down?
Well, I guess I've been there for a while. I haven't been there yet either, so.
Oh.
It's one of the things I was going to do when I got back, so.
Yeah, it should be easy enough. Marquess says, hey, I'm giving my bro the heir this castle to be lord of so he can, I don't know. What are you going to do in a castle once you get it? Brood in it?
I mean,
Secure.
Depends on how much you tend to
share the relationship with like the Mur and our neighbors.
Yeah, it depends on what needs to be done. Like, I'm assuming that it wouldn't be just the castle. There would be some land around it also for me to, maybe I can get village around the castle or something like that, or whatever. Something. I have not thought quite that far ahead yet.
Well, probably won't be able to think that far until we actually see it.
Yes.
I'll make sure to add that to the meeting notes at some point, or bring it up to the Marquess later.
I wasn't going to try and slip away and check out the castle before things got too busy.
Unfortunately, cuz things are going to be busy immediately. I'm not going to be surprised if Aunt Yibel ain't waiting at the bite end with a fucking rope and collar to drag the Marquess to a desk and chain him down with paperwork.
And I will help.
But I'm not good at paperwork.
Okay? So
I gotta try the old me stoop, me dumb, me big, me shoot. You give me thing to hit.
I want to go outside. Can I go? We can pull back inside.
Actually, Omega, I have a question because I need to do this retroactively.
Yeah.
Where are you two having this conversation?
I think they're just on the railing, right?
Somewhere on deck, on deck.
Okay,
Trust
so
me, when you're having heart to hearts on a ship, you got to be leaning up against a railing, my dude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cast another conversation from like the other side of the railing, like a ways away over here.
I thought of that when they talked about, oh, we'll have to bring this up to the Marquess. I'm like, the Marquess could be listening.
I'm already listening. I just don't need to roll it to say I'm not bullshitting this.
The boat is a much tighter confine where you can see people clearly talking than our previous discussions on the.
I do have a question though. Why you're eavesdropping?
What is the intensity of this?
2.
You might still be close enough.
Let's
see. What's your range limit on threads of conversation?
Let's see here.
I believe is what Lucky was going to ask.
50 feet.
Okay.
I don't know if you got like 50 feet of like line of sight though. I'm gonna be real. This is a boat. Or a ship, rather.
Do I actually?
No, but it's like.
I think I got an exact length of the Seawolf. She's decently long. It's the kind of thing where Leslok has enough space to do it away.
I also know my brother's good at sensing shit.
The intensity on, or the range I should say on intensity 2 is I think like 10 feet.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
He can do it from farther away than that.
Yeah, it's second intensity is 5 feet.
Well, also, Axe, I'm going to ask you a very important question. Why are you deciding to eavesdrop instead of just inserting yourself into the conversation?
I think because he doesn't want to insert himself. No.
I don't want to insert in this conversation.
But you want to know about this conversation.
So I will also say, like, this is stuff that will be brought up when we have our meeting back in Teine. So I don't think
it's not necessarily a secret. So again, like, remember, eavesdropping usually considered rude.
Hey, right?
We wouldn't. I'm like, in character, we wouldn't know that you're doing that. But again, I'm like, is Leslok the kind of people who goes around spying on people, eavesdropping on conversations whenever he feels like it?
I mean, so to mechanically put it in, and maybe this will change whether or not Leslok wants to roll. What the spell does is basically you can listen into a conversation without having to roll hearing to do it for a number of minutes equal to their height, basically.
Oh, minutes! Wow.
So, like, it gives him the ability to like not need to roll hearing to listen in and let him do it from probably farther away. So if Leslok still wanted to try and hear in, like just because of distance, to keep track of the conversation, that's on him. Like I said, it's one of those things of like, it's a question of, you asked like, oh, why did he want to involve himself in the conversation? I don't know. I get the impression that like Leslok doesn't always want to like. Several times Leslok has said that he doesn't want to feel like he's overshadowing you guys' personal business by like inserting himself. So I don't know if he wants to get in there. And like I'll ask Axe because if you roll your spell, you would succeed and you'd have about 5 minutes of listening. Well, you could also take the 8s. You could have 8 minutes of listening. Either way, you can listen for an extended period of time, like because you said you wanted to do it retroactively. Is this the kind of thing where like you would use this? Because this is where I first thought you were going. Is this the kind of thing where you're thinking about this as like, they talk about mentioning this, that, or the other thing to the Marquess? Is that when you like slide into the conversation, or were you thinking of doing it just to kind of like?
Oh, Inos and Konrad are talking.
You're not part of immediately.
Part of it was just to keep track of it, but also to maybe I can slide in once they like say something that like I can impressively correct, but that's just
that's what I was gonna say. Like my first thought would be that you were using it so that you could, because that I think would be very Valor core and also in character to like. If you roll threads of conversation, that means that when the conversation does turn towards, the matter that you're involved in, that means that you could just be like, aha, they're talking about something that is important, that matters to me. I'm here now.
Yeah, no, if you're doing that so you can find an opportune moment to slide into the conversation, slide into our DMs. Yeah, no, that makes more sense.
Yes, because I wanted to say when Konrad says I'm bad at paperwork, it's like, but brother, you'll get used to that. You have to.
Just appear behind him.
Yeah,
because it's really easy.
Like, ah!
Really easy. It does a lot of paperwork.
A lot of damage.
It's a lot of mental damage.
Sand damage.
That's right, I have two different ones.
What the? Huh?
Anyway,
But if there's, well, I do have to ask: is Leslok sliding into our DMs?
I've already broken the phone up. At this point, I feel like I have to commit to this.
I feel like in a very appropriate manner, there's just a smash cut to Leslok, or sorry, Logesh and Nicola playing Quattro in the bridge.
Man, I'm glad we're not having to have any heart-to-heart conversations right now. I know, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just. It's getting later, like I said, and I had to take a hot shower. So, like, I feel like I'm getting a little loosey-goosey here, but my first thought is, boy, I'm glad that we're in here and they're out there.
He's the
Leslok's
Marquess!
sheriff.
I mean, Logesh was saying, and I'm the sheriff.
Well, he's not actually a sheriff.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Go on about your conversations.
Yeah, but I think I have probably covered everything that needs to be covered. Everything else would just be fluffing RP. So
Yeah. So I'll just say this: Leslok's kind of sliding information will be responded with, Inos, lick him, or not Inos, Ignis. Sorry.
I was about to fucking say, it's like, excuse me.
What?
Lick my man.
Do you think I'm a ghost Pokemon or something?
A what?
Shows that I'm tired also.
Yeah, a ghost Pokemon.
With lick, paralyze him so we can escape.
I know. I just like that's like whatever.
And Ignis just like pounces you and licks your face.
Yeah, distracts.
I am being affectionately attacked by a dog.
I will escape.
Pork.
But again, we don't actually have to go into a roleplay or something, and Omega can like just give me some text about it later. But I would like to have a conversation with Lucy.
I thought about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've and talked earlier. It's been a while, but this came up in like threads of conversation on and off camera before. Obviously, like we said, you and Lucy are close. I don't know exactly how it worked out for Inos, but Inos is probably her first serious relationship.
Yes.
If you want to call it fully serious, obviously, like I think you guys are more like romantic moments and tete-a-tetes and sleeping in the cabin quarters kind of thing, rather than going out to the town to fancy dance party.
No, like I understand. She's a strong, independent woman who needs no man, and I respect that.
Yes. So obviously, like I said, you guys are very affectionate. She has a great deal of care for Inos. I don't. If you've never had this part said out loud before, but I kind of feel like you had. Lucy would say that, like, she is the kind of girl where it came down to, like, not that she thinks this would ever happen, but if it was somehow was like you versus, the house, the land kind of a thing, whether that's House Logi or her own house, obviously her whole life is, been built up in service to her house. So like, she would, pick the house first, obviously.
Yeah.
So, and she knows, I think a little, because you actually did maybe either talk about it offhand or at least, address the need that you need to talk about other things. But, she's been in town for some of this stuff. Like, she knows some of the difficulties you have had setting up with your, courting of other ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with a more standard social bent. So, she's not too keen on stressing anybody out that way, I guess would be how to say it. That there's no need for like formal courtship. I guess talk about the way the conversation with Konrad went, like yeah, I think Lucy would again, talking about, marriage, obviously, she would think of it as a much more pragmatic bent. Like, it would probably be that kind of like slightly awkward conversation of like, well, if you want to get hitched, we can get hitched. But like, that has talking about the conversation with between Nicola and Miss Cheval, and I like honestly, probably to there. An engagement and a marriage would have, I don't want to say consequences, but complications.
So Lucy is like, things are fine as is. We don't have to put like. She's like, we don't have to put.
She doesn't feel the need to lock it in formally. She understands, that like, again, because she's known you since you were, younger together.
Yeah.
For these pursuits. I think she's got a good grasp of how Inos is, and it's the kind of thing where like, if it bothered her, it probably would have come up before now.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a thing with like staying true to the fiction.
Yeah.
Of like, she kind of understands Enos's tastes and sweeps, and like, while she's never gone in that direction, I think either you've talked about it or she understands that, like, talking about her, getting another husband or something. Like, I think she understood that like, if she wanted to have romantic pursuits elsewhere, that would be open, kind of a thing. Like, I think it's fair to say that like out of Enos's 3 girlfriends, as it were, possibly weed smoking, that Lucy is probably your least formal and most open-ended.
Okay.
So like again, if you guys were to get engaged or married, that would mean that you would be, because you are not, even among Iron Demons, you're not necessarily like ranked. That would be like, you would be entering into her household, and like the societal expectations would be that, you would move to the Bident and, take, a share in the family duties and kind of a thing. And that doesn't seem like Enos' speed,
Truly is not.
So like I said, she's in no rush to get a formal desire. Honestly, like a thing we've talked about before is that like, at some point she would probably bring up to Inos, because you are shockingly the most both romantical and socially minded member of the crew. And I think even amongst the other like of your generation in House Logi, I mean, as evidenced, Ike Wayland, I described her as one of the boys. The young bear is like, nice and personable, but
he's all about that wrestling.
Yeah, like he probably fancies girls and things, but like, he's also the kind who would absolutely like, drop that to, like you said, go wrestle or hunt in the woods or something. Like he's not a great romantical thinker, What I'm saying is that you're a house of artisans and meatheads.
There is no in between.
Yeah, you're all, every house in Logi is either about a hyperfixation or about me hit thing with metal thing. So, like I said, great courtships and poems and stuff you guys ain't.
No.
Which honestly is why I think it makes perfect sense about some of Konrad's struggles to find the romantic space, because like your house culture is a little different on that. I think there's plenty of room for romance and stuff, but your romantic stylings of Norlon, I think, are a lot more like straightforward and down to earth.
I was about to also mention, it's like, oh, well, I'll just go to my other heritage. Oh, it's egg.
Yeah, your egg heritage would probably be you fancy a girl and her family doesn't want to say yes. You
go on a boating trip
of showing up in her lands in a boat, and, bundling her away, and then when the family shows up 6 months later, it's too late.
Hey,
you've already gotten married in the backwoods. Oh no!
If their family wasn't down for it, that was one of Konrad's options.
Yeah. But politically, you're a great match. It's just one of those things of like, can we make it
Ironically,
more political?
if you did it, it'd make the
But
basis for a
was the
great
point
play.
here that like Lucy was gonna ask Inos about like some sort of like maybe for some advice?
I mentioned this before, but like she would probably put out there of like ask Inos for advice for like eventually like making a courtship and a match for herself, because she is the lady of the house, and it was a little early to get her in that position, but she also understands, because we've mentioned before, she's had, older brothers and cousins, fall to the sea, and or the devils in it, the sea devils, that like she knows that she wants to keep an eye out to secure the future of the house, because that is what's most important.
Yes.
But also that means, she would want a good match, ideally, somebody who would, come to the household and be a positive influence there.
Oh. Well,
So,
no, Inos will like. No, Inos can figure that out.
But also, like she says, similar to like talking about Enos's plans. It's like she's not in a hurry to get hitched or anything. Like it's one of those things that like she knows as head of her house, as lady of a whole banner, she's got to look out for. She has a couple of younger cousins. I think I said before that she doesn't have younger siblings left. Like she ended up being the youngest but the surviving member of her direct line.
Yeah, I don't think you ever introduced any of her siblings.
Yeah, I think I would have mentioned it when you guys visited the Biden, because you guys met her dad, who's retired.
Yeah.
But she has a few
Cool old
younger
man.
cousins, possibly has some older cousins who are still alive but just aren't in the line of succession normally, kind of a thing. So the house is not at danger of going extinct, but it's a concern for her. But like I said, it's the kind of thing where also, you mentioned earlier to the Marquess, Lucy's, fought for the house is like also, yeah, she's a banner. She's your highest rated naval captain, and skilled in the art of arms. So like she also knows that she can't like play it safe at home either, kind of a thing. So like I said, if that was something you guys wanted to do, you probably could go that route, but I think Lucy is of the opinion of like that, like you guys have been in this relationship for a few years. I think she's come to the conclusion that like marriage between you guys is probably not where this ends up, and that's okay. Because Inos has other complex romantic stuff, and like again, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Lucy is the kind of girl where she's like, no, I really don't want you to get into fights over my honor. I think I'd have to fight that guy myself. With a harpoon. Like, I got shit to do.
All right.
And like, she's definitely like, I'm not gonna fight the third princess over anything here. I'm cool. I've met. Shit, I forgot what the younger Espada sister was called. It's been a while since she's been on camera.
Paloma?
Yes, Paloma. He's like, the older one's Ainara. What's the second one? Paloma. Yeah, she's like, I'm not gonna fight Paloma Espada. At least not, without a brace of men with blunderbusses and a deck of cannons, kind of a thing. Lucy Essick is the kind of girl who picks her
Just
fights.
get Konrad to help you.
I still don't understand how I ended up having like the second least complicated love life in the group.
I mean,
Who's
yours
the least
is still
complicated?
out there, but
I said, Konrad.
Conrad's
Conrad's
complicated.
is the least complicated.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
Conrad's
that's
pretty
That's why I said
straightforward.
Konrad is the least complicated.
Though I have revealed that out of character, I have at least 3 more slots for wives on my note sheet.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Conrad's gonna have some
Never
You're
mind.
playing it like
Yeah,
fucking
out of
CK2.
character.
Plays the Crusader Kings.
I mean, in character, Conrad's very simple and straightforward. Out of character,
Yeah, that's fine, too.
I appreciate that Aren is the kind of guy who's like, oh yeah, we can line up some drama. We got some fun here.
I like to think my relationship with Nerissa is actually surprisingly uncomplicated.
Yeah, no, I was about to
I
say.
want to say
no.
this: your relationship with Nerissa is uncomplicated. The relationship between the Marquess, Logi, and the Fifth Princess is very complicated. It's one of
Yeah,
those things.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's different.
You guys are very straightforward and honestly pretty normal in your courtship. The problem is that you're both important. This is the thing why Lucy's not like, yeah, so we could get hitched. Like, she's merely the head of a banner house, and Inos is, the son of a prince of the Iron Demons. But that would still have political implications. So, she's like I said, I'm rambling and reiterating my point, but like I said, I think she's perfectly content to, be like, so long as you guys want to be intimate, she'll be intimate. But I think Lucy is kind of the idea that, like, your long-term future prospects are probably going to drift, but that's okay because, I mean, for Lucy anyway, she's the head of a banner household. It's one of those things about Noblesse Oblige, just like she's always kind of known that, like, she's not always going to be able to get exactly what her heart wants in life. Sometimes she's got to do stuff, like throw harpoons at demons. The killing of sea devils with the harpoon is something she's good at, but I don't think it's something Lucy Essick enjoys.
It gives her sanity back when she does it.
Well, that's true. So yeah, any I guess kind of like questions or comments Inos has about that?
No, that's probably as good as it's gonna get, honestly.
Yeah, like part of me is like, I think to myself, I could make this messier, but I'm like, no, I don't think Lucy's that kind of girl. You guys met her as kind of like the like shy odd one out from one of your smaller banners who was just there because you guys have to get on the capital on a boat. So, like, of course, the daughter of the boathouse will come, and she's seen some shit with you guys both before and after the time skip. So, like, I think Lucy's kind of locked in as ride or die, but I never thought of her as, like, the fanciest girl, the most delicate flower. Like, she's again, from an ocean-going house. She's the daughter of a sailor and a harpoonman.
I mean, I think we talked about all the people from all of that generation from all of our houses are all the same way. Doesn't apply to just the guys.
Yes. God knows, like I said, Ike Whalen has literally on camera threatened to, like, hit people with hammers.
I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure she's threatened to hit Inos with a hammer once. I don't remember
She's
why.
definitely threatened to hit Nicola. No, that's not true. She didn't. She threatened to hit Inos and Leslok with a hammer because they forgot to dance with her soon enough at the ball.
Was that?
That may have been it. Dallas is often right sometimes.
I remember that because Dallas, I was the first one too, and she wanted to make sure she didn't get bothered by people.
But definitely, like I said, like, Ike is the kind of girl who, like, you guys know for a fact, rather than, challenge young men to a fight, like a duel, she's just like, buddy, if you get fresh with me, I'm gonna break your hand with my hammer. Like, she is laser focused. It's cool. She gets to be the tough tomboy sister, and her younger sister gets to be the girly one, which is going to be very funny for her because she's stuck with Aurelia, who's like, I don't want to say Aurelia's not feminine, but also, like, Aurelia's definitely that brooding goth girl who has other shit going on.
He's a vengeance goth.
Listen, I'm getting the Teen Girl Squad together, and fucking Erwin and Alesta are a part of it.
Like I said, like I'm glad you set up in this direction, because that is definitely a thing I think about of, like, now I plan for future events of, like, okay, well, the crew have built the girl posse, so, like, at Summer Court it's going to be like, okay, so what's going to be our update to the girl posse storyline?
Absorb.
I genuinely feel like me and Lucky both looked at Paz and my sister and your sister and Alestra, Aurelia's ages, and just decided this, like, the third session.
Yes. It also just so happened, I think, to line up with some of your guys' vague attempt to patch things up with House Marin about the younger Marin sister, who is the Wind Witch. Like, it just so happened we had a couple of magical women around the same age block that was just like, well, obviously we have to build the witch circle. Like, and I'm just like, all right, hey, no, guess what? You've done it. Great, good job.
No,
you stuck young women of a similar age and interest together.
Woo! But yes, I think we can stop on the Lucy subject there. I do want to say, again, if we want to knock it out, when we get to the Bidens, I don't know if you have anything necessarily planned there.
No, this time I have like my notes are for like immediate meetings, introductions when you guys get back to Stonehearth. Nothing will hit you when you hit the Biden.
Okay,
so
then
if you want to roll Eidolon.
Yes. If everyone goes ahead, Inos will stay behind because he's gonna cast Eidolon Machinima on the Seawolf.
And it's been discussed with Lucy that this is your plan after awakening it.
Yes.
So she knows kind of what to do about it.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it out. Let's see. I think that will be because we're now well over 4 hours. Because as I suspected, you crammed some role playing in at the last minute. That's why I'm like, does anyone want to talk about anything on the boat?
I think the boat's the place to do it. So
Yeah,
It's a good place to do it. Yeah, you could just stand there really
that's what I was
dramatically.
planning on that.
But also,
And like I said, I think the pacing works out. We had a lot of rapid fire vignettes for.
yeah,
Also,
310's fucking...
That's nice.
Oh no, perfect. 310s.
Conrad sticks behind and waits for Inos. Not for any particular reason, just it's a few hours less of him being at Stonehearth and potentially having to do paperwork.
Well, it's gonna be a 10-hour cast. And
yeah, that's fine.
Inos is going to swing by Wayland territory. What was that? Iron Knock? What was it?
The Anvil.
The Anvil.
And Iron Knock is House Faran.
House Faran, excuse me. But this the 10s are very important for Eidolon Machinima. That means it has a trainability of fucking 0, and it can learn 10
so no
tricks.
difficulty.
Yeah.
holy shit.
10 tricks. All right. Yeah. So yes, Lucy can quite easily then prepare that.
Yes. And give us that. But I want to stop by the Anvil because I wish to speak to the Blacksmith Guild about observing a master making damascene. Specifically, the fifth discipline of Riddle of Steel. It's like, can I make like a fascinate roll for that? Grace's
Yeah, I was
roll.
just gonna say. Go ahead. I was thinking about it. I'm like, no, you should roll fascinate just to be careful. You're talking about trade secrets. But like, honestly, I do believe that basically the way the territory works is, at least threes.
3 3s.
2 threes. That's fine.
Okay,
but,
cool.
To remind everybody the way the territory works, I might want to punch in and zoom in my map again. But like you guys can see it, the Stonehearth is in the middle there. You've got the Biden, and then you go, up through Anvil-wise. It's a little out of your way, but I'm sure, like I said, if Conrad's planning on hanging back, he wouldn't mind a visit either.
Oh yeah,
Check
I would. Conrad would love to see Damascene get made.
Yeah, well, that too, but also, like I said, you already said you might want to hang back a little with Inos. Inos would probably say that he is planning a divergence, but by the time you guys get to the Anvil, Lord Wayland and his family is already probably gearing up to head to the capital for your big team meeting anyway.
Yeah. Because I forgot to mention we are sending runners ahead to say, hey, we're back.
No, you don't need to mention that. You said that before, so I'm in there. But yes,
We have all the notes. It's
But yeah, with a successful roll, maybe not directly through the guild, but I think with House Wayland, Master is Edgard, I think.
I believe so.
Yes, Edgard Wayland. He is a master smith himself.
Oh, rad.
Lord of the Anvil. And yes, I don't have stats for him yet, but I would suspect that he is probably I can't think of a better esoteric for him to have five blocks in. So he can himself show you the technique.
Excellent. Let's see. Teach the Soul is 5 hours.
If it's rank 5, yeah.
Yeah. If I have to spend 10, what time did we pull into port? Because it's gonna be 10 hours, then writing, and then I probably have to stay over. I'm gonna cast Teach the Soul on my Ring of Fire and put Damascene in it because we probably won't be able to show up until the next day.
Give people time to arrive.
Yeah.
I do gotta go. So
Yeah, gotta go.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm just wanting to get these
wrapping
last few things out before we actually start with the big team meeting next time.
Everybody gets their EXP block,
Yeah.
and I know for a fact.
I wrote notes.
Yeah.
Did I?
Axe, Aren, and Lucky all
wait.
wrote an extra note.
Oh wait, that wasn't supposed to be 10. That was supposed to be 9. But whatever. It's a master die.
Yeah.
3
Be
knives.
fine. So, my Ring of Fire now has Damascene on it. So wearing it, I now have access to Badass Character Discipline. Cool.
And also, by the way, anybody does.
Yes, anyone who wears the ring.
And I do want to note, thinking about if Konrad wants to roll it, the intensity of the spell is equal to the rank of the discipline. So when you cast it, it's a 5.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It also takes 5 hours, so
Yeah.
It'll probably be done like when we were retiring for the night, but
Yeah.
because I actually talked about this, I don't have to be
next time for sure. I'm gonna have because she will probably be one of your many NPC companions you can take on plot missions. I should actually run up some stats because she didn't go with you for.
Yeah, it'd be good to hang out with.
She's probably gonna have a few in Riddle of Steel.
Yeah.
Her other combat discipline is actually with the hammer.
Is it Explicable Warhammer?
Yes, I think that's the one for blunts. Yeah,
that one's actually pretty rad. Okay.
All right, and then so
Yeah,
next
3
time
ones.
you guys think about what you want to bring up. I mean that counts. Yeah, you can tell. And for inner listening, making a permanent object probably does count as a very hard tangible effect. As like, oh, this is Inos's like doing something permanent, basically.
So Konrad probably stops by the door to Inos' room, but then recognizes that it's locked.
Yes, this would
So
be
he's
this would be
obviously
something
doing
closed.
something- Yeah, so that's locked. So he's obviously doing something. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
And then he
like I
probably
said,
asks
would
about
probably-
it later. So
While it would be behind closed doors, it would probably be something that like even Konrad would know is being done with the cooperation of Lord Wayland, because like I said, you're probably observing Enos. You probably observe him do the technique.
Yeah.
Which also means you again, while you're not at the level where you could apply it because you don't have any points in blacksmithing right now, I believe.
No. Right now.
This is probably the first time you've seen the technique described, which I've mentioned before. Is Damascene is a very specific style of forging the steel where it gets the specific wavy or flaming like pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Is because they when they're doing the forging of the steel, when you fuse it together with you get the charcoal content and the iron content, they mix demon fire in there. It's very volatile. Lord Wayland once again reiterates to you to observe. Actually, this is a good question. Do you explain to him that the specifics of Teach the Soul, or are you just like, I'd like to observe and absorb?
I know this is the thing. If it's gonna piss him off to do so, I probably wouldn't tell him. But I would like to probably make some sort of empathy check to gauge how he would feel if he knew that I was gonna put his.
You can roll empathy if that's Enos' concern.
I had a side question, but I guess I could wait.
Go for it. He's rolling. What do you got?
Do you have notes of everything we're gonna have meetings about?
I have notes about about what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, I have new stuff. I have not yet developed an extensive list based on like my responses to what you guys know you're going to talk about.
I just wanted to know what we were
I
talking
have
about, so I
Enos's
could.
or Lucky's speech to work off of, but
I just wondered if we were like going to have meetings about, just so I could think about it over the week.
Well,
like
I
the
said,
new stuff is the new stuff. So, like I said, yeah, Lucky's got a list that we can work with. What'd you get? 3s?
Yeah. Yes, 3s.
I think that was good.
Good.
I think I mentioned after Lucky's speech that it's probably going to be that's what we talk about in the morning. Then we have lunch, and then we get reports from what has been happening. So
Yeah.
These meetings might take a couple days. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, we'll hash it out. So, like I said,
It's gonna be at
over
least
the
a week.
we can double check because I will probably at some point need to make sure I've got I've got a good grasp of everything you wanna hit, so that I know what NPCs will respond with.
Mhm.
But like I said, I the only thing I've got jotted down right now is new stuff. But with 3s, you make successful empathy. No, Lord Wayland doesn't seem like he would mind. He is familiar with the ideas of soulcraft. He is not a soulcrafter himself.
Mhm.
But he knows about the art, and occasionally, probably House Wayland is the most likely house where enchanters crop up, other than the various branches of House Logi.
Okay. Then no, Enos would be forthright and tell him he's gonna do that. But he said that he would definitely he will repay this favor.
That's definitely you guys learned a little about the history from the murals that you recall from Logi's Labyrinth. There were murals of a tribe wielding hammers who stood with like Logi's ancestors, you know, the twin knives.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tribes and the clans that made up House Wayland have been very ride or die for the Logi line for a long time, and also are probably the ones who worked most closely with Iron Demon. So like, yeah, Lord Wayland understands what you're getting at, and he's like, yeah, and he's like, I would prefer to show you personally. Yes, if that's how you're gonna do it, is like, I will take the responsibility for that, and like I said, he will caution you of like, when you apply this, or if you have somebody else apply it, because technically you can pop your ring off and anybody wearing it can use the technique now.
Yes.
It's embedded in that item. Like, you know, be very careful, you know, use these exact measurements, you know, use this much heat kind of a thing. Like, it's
Inos will take meticulous notes.
Yeah, it is a technique that is the reason why it's highly ranked is not just because it is a trade secret, but also because it is dangerous.
I'll have to make sure I have notes on Damascene.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, he's, like I said, he's more than willing to let
yes.
The Waylands are probably one of your most ride or die house. They are, and Lord Wayland specifically, like his subtitles are, you know, he is a master blacksmith and he is an antiquarian. Like his houses, and he would phrase it this way, is they pick rocks, they you know, hammer steel, they smith silver. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. And if he has his way, they're gonna, you know, keep doing it until there's no more rock to dig and there's no more iron to hammer, kind of a thing. Like, and not to say that like he's not concerned with like, you know, technology and like new techniques. But that is like the house is like, they're very straightforward. It's what they do. It's in demand. They are not a poor house. And you know, he is happy to help the people he perceives as his allies, which is, you know, the house of his liege lord, and honestly does think of your people as his allies as well. You know,
Rad.
when they knock on the ground and they're like, hey, what the fuck is this iron shit? And the iron demons are like, hey, bro, let me tell you about this. He's like, yes, we take notes.
Has it already been mentioned that they were planning on like looking for silver veins, or is that something that's going to come up in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he can aside to you that he's working on that with got ill sense, you know, taps his nose. Metals are calling to me. But he's working on that with Lord Palak, and that's something that's gone up the chain to Lady Ebel.
Okay. Enos might be able to help
she
with
has
that.
their like survey reports.
Enos might be able to help with that. But we'll hammer that out later. But yes, I think that's finally it.
Like I said, got some complications. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, I already mentioned EXP earlier.
Yeah.
We're good. We're
Yeah.
back in time. We'll figure out our meetings next time, and you guys are gonna get ready to go. I can tell you my next the segment for returning to Teine I have called Meeting of the Minds.
I don't even know what it's gonna be like.
Yo.
It's so many things to do. It's like, I guess I need to see what rest of Lucky's
I mean,
opening
some of it
speech
is
will
going to
be.
be like Inos said, I should say, delegating and like honestly like striking off the list. Like, trust me, I'm going to give you new, fun, fresh things to think about. But also,
Hot and fresh.
some of these are just going to be straight up like, no, we got here. This is our project. We need to refurbish the house for our guests. You do that, please. Probably pointing like we've talked about, point at Lady Maja and be like, hey, we want to put you in charge of the redecoration committee, sort of a thing. Like, that's yeah. All right, okay, that's gonna be the sesh. Like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you next Tim.
Next, Tim.
Jim.